Okay, great.
Great. Welcome to a special meeting of the Larkspur City Council on Wednesday, May 21st, 2025. It's 5:30. We are doing interviews for the next hour of 4 residents who have filled out applications and requested to be considered for our library board. So we'll be doing that, then we'll close this meeting and go to our regular meeting. But can we have a roll call, please?
Member Margulies,
Here.
Councilmember Paulson.
Here.
Mayor Andre.
Here.
Mayor Wood.
Here. Great. So we have 4 people who have applied to be on our library board. 2 of them will be sitting with us in person here, and 2 of them are going to be on Zoom, and we will be talking to them that way. So for those of you who are on Zoom, if you're having any issues, please chime in and tell us if you can't hear us, if you can't see us, or something else, and we'll try to resolve it on this end. And then for the other 2 individuals, we'll just invite you to sit up here with us when it's your turn. And we're going to start with Elizabeth Fasti and then Gopika, excuse me, at 5:45. Susan Faust at 6 p.m. and then Gretchen Wilker at 6:15. So everybody knows. Great. So I would like to invite Elizabeth first to come on into the Zoom room. Are you there?
I can see and hear you. Can you see and hear me?
We can hear you, but we can't see you. Do you want to turn your camera on?
I would love to.
If that's her to promote to panelists, if she did that and she would not.
Do you see the request for you to be promoted to panelist?
Yes.
And if you click on that, Allison, our city clerk, will see that you're a panelist, and then we can see you. Yay, technology.
Hi. I apologize that it is so dark. I'm in Chicago for work and I'm in a hotel room. I have every light on, but
That's all right. We are fine. You know, 5 years into the pandemic, we're all figured out how to, you're talking to the biggest Luddite there is. So anytime I can see anyone is better. Welcome and thank you for taking the time. I'm Catherine, and we have 4 of our council members here, and the 5th will be joining us soon. So
great.
just to get started, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and why we have your application. So why the library board was of interest to you.
Yes. Well, I'm Elizabeth Fastigi. I'm a resident of Larkspur. I have been for going on 7 years now. And I have a daughter who's 3 years old now and a regular library user, attends story time every Friday. And also because we live in the area and in the neighborhood, and we've seen, of course, the new facility being constructed, and have also been getting involved in some of the events via the Friends of the Library. And I've certainly been thinking a lot about how to be more engaged in our community and how to serve our community, and learning more about what's happening with the library just really interested me as an opportunity to be able to do that, and be able to play a role and contribute to something that is so important for our community.
That's terrific. I'm thrilled when people are interested in volunteer roles like this, especially something as valuable and important as our library, and moving forward into our new space too. So thank you for that.
Yes. Well, I think it really has the opportunity to really elevate the visibility of the Larkspur Library as well, which I think is really exciting when we think about the proximity to Redwood and the fact that that's a high school that really serves so many communities just outside of our little Larkspur community. I think it offers also a really incredible opportunity for engaging new users, maybe new segments of the population that we haven't been able to before. And I think that is also a tremendous opportunity.
Great. So we'll go around and we'll each ask questions if we have any. And Gabe, would you like to start?
Sure. So welcome, Elizabeth.
Can they hear you okay?
Oh, it's good to meet you. I first wanted to say you're a neighbor. So I'm on Diane Lane. I think you're around the corner on Chanticleer.
Yes.
I have a 3-year-old also.
Oh, amazing. Well, they probably know each other because they probably see each other in the park
Yeah, I
or at the
probably,
library.
yeah, yeah. So I guess I liked a lot of what you had to say, some of the ideas about, the circular economy and all that. But on the board, what do you see as, what kind of motivates you and what would you like to be able to do, being on the library advisory board?
Yeah, well, there's a few things that I've been thinking about. I did have the opportunity to attend the meeting last week. I believe it was last Monday evening, and just learning and hearing about, some of the opportunities, challenges, issues. I know one of the things that came up is, some of what's happening around budgeting and obviously that's a challenge for many organizations and institutions, and I have had some exposure to that in some of my other board roles, including what I'm doing with UC Davis now, and actually working with the development team there to try to close some of those gaps. So to the extent that I could leverage some of that experience to also be a creative thought partner in thinking about budgets going forward and, how we can be creative around diversifying sources of funding to make sure that we're really developing the budget to think about and have resilience long term, because who knows what's going to happen politically and otherwise, and some of the other winds that are, impacting budgets. So that's certainly one that I've thought about. I also am fortunate to know friends that are sitting on other local boards, including the Lark Theater and some other places. And my creative juices kind of got going after the meeting last Monday, and just even thinking about maybe some of the fun joint programming that we could be doing with other institutions, especially to engage other groups. I know one of the things that came up was how to better engage teens. And gosh, I work in technology, so I am very aware of the impact that artificial intelligence is having in some of the fundamental skills that young people are developing in school. And if we can play a role in making sure that we're eyes wide open about the role of technology, but also not losing sight of the fact that, for young people to directly engage with books and develop critical reasoning outside of a lot of those AI tools, just thinking of creatively about ways that we can engage them and make sure that we don't lose sight of how important these fundamental resources are for their learning and development. I think that would be a lot of fun too.
Great, thank you.
Sarah, you want to start next?
Yeah, hi, Elizabeth. It's nice to meet you virtually here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good. Thank you for submitting your application, and it was interesting to read some of your background. I also come from tech, so we have that in common. I was going to ask you about budgeting, but you just already gave us some insight into that. I just wondered if you had any experience with, and I don't mean in the public policy sense, but policy making at your organizations, as that's part of the role of helping advise the director.
Yes. Yes. Well, that was also really interesting to sit through. Do you mean from the public policy standpoint or the policies of the library itself?
Yeah, the policies of the library and just making policies in general as part of your role at previous institutions.
Yes. Well, so one of the great opportunities we had in last week's meeting was to actually walk through the collection development policy. They read us into that, which was very eye-opening for me to just really think through. It's a pretty substantial document, right? I think it's 6 or 8 pages long. And just to really think about all the different angles that have to be considered, it's an incredible opportunity, but obviously one that requires thoughtfulness, expansiveness, debate, right? Because you can't be all things to all people, or else you won't really be, anything to anyone. And so I think really balancing all of those interests it's it's not a science. There's definitely an art there, right? So I really appreciated the approach that was taken in terms of being very inclusive, but also being pretty pragmatic, right? There was a discussion around well, making sure that what we are prioritizing is in pretty high circulation, because then we know we're meeting the demands of the community. But then something I hadn't thought about was the more that something is in circulation, the less that it's taking up room on the shelf, right? Which means you can expand the collection and serve more. And so I just really appreciated that, and would really look forward to being a thought partner on that, and being part of some of that problem solving.
Thank you. Yeah.
Great.
Oh, I just was going to say, I also saw your interest in the circular economy. So I'm deducing that you're also interested in low impact living and GHG reductions. And I wanted to encourage you, if for some reason you don't get selected for this role, to consider joining our Climate Action Forum, which is happening every other month. And it's focused on trying to reduce carbon emissions for Larkspur. Or I should say it's focused on prioritizing Larkspur's climate action plan. So just put a plug in for that, just in case this is not the.
Shameless plug that we all love.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well,
I
it's good.
appreciate
We
it.
have about 3.5 more minutes. So we have one more question and then we'll just wrap up.
Okay.
Great. Do you want? Well, thank you, Elizabeth, for applying. It's really great to read more about you and hear some of your thoughts. I'm just curious, are there any priorities from your perspective that you'd like to implement right away at the library? I know you talked about, certain programs earlier, but are there certain things that you would like to see happen there, the library?
Yeah, well, the creative programming aspect, one of the things I was thinking about was, how do you integrate reading? Well, first of all, of course, making reading fun, but how do you perhaps make the benefits of reading and engaging with the library and the resources at the library more engaging by making them feel more tangible to different user groups? So, for instance, something at the Lark that I was thinking about was, how do you leverage that facility to either also combine and, telling a story in another medium? So perhaps creating kind of a fun, innovative sort of book club for teens or other user groups that would also maybe include then viewing and having discussion about the video or movie representation of that story, and how that might differ, and maybe even inviting different experts to serve on a panel around, what happens in story making and how stories get translated into movies or other media or other formats, sort of bringing it to life in some other ways. That's some programming that I think could be fun and engaging. So that's one specific example of some of what I was thinking about from that perspective.
Thank you. We've sort of reached the end of our time, so that we can transition over to our next resident who's interested. Any last things you want to just tell us?
I would just want to thank you for your time and for the consideration and being part of the process this far. It's been really already pretty engaging and interesting. So thank you.
And we always ask, because we only have one spot and we have 4 residents who applied, that we just are thrilled that you are interested in participating. And if there are other opportunities that come up, that you would consider them. If this doesn't work out this time, you would consider them and apply for them also. It's very important in a little town city like ours to have people raise their hand and sign up for planning commission or sign up to run for city council or something, because that's how we keep the quality of the lifestyle we all like here. So thank
That's right.
you. And we will welcome our next guest. You can stay online, but you are completely done if you would like to log off.
Okay, thank you.
Great. So that brings us to Gopika. Hi, did I say that right? Okay, come on up. Unless you want to jump on the camera.
Yeah.
That's fine. Welcome.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Hi, nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
You kind of saw what we do.
Yeah.
Some of our, we have 2 people who are out of town for various business reasons and things, so we're just glad you're here. We're all residents of this town and we're all volunteers too, so it's not a pressure environment, so don't worry. Because this is a public hearing, I mean, a public setting, you are
Yeah.
being recorded, so
My husband,
Oh, is he
hopped
on there?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Hi.
Currently on the ferry or
Oh,
some
is
form
he?
of transportation back, yeah.
Yeah, but it isn't a high pressure thing, so just don't worry about it.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
And that's my little one who was insisting on meeting the mayor.
Oh,
and
okay.
all of you, so.
Well, I don't know if it's a what's the
He,
name?
yes, long hair, but
You know, it's-
yeah.
it's fun. Well,
Yeah.
thank you very much,
Yeah,
and we are all city council members, and we're thrilled that you are interested in serving on the library board. We have 4 people who have put forward their name, and we just want to get to know you a little
Yeah,
bit better.
great.
We have about 15 minutes, and you heard the questions are pretty straightforward, so I guess sort of the first one, what we usually ask is, what interests you in doing this and why the library advisory board?
Yeah, well, I grew up in a small town on the East Coast, and the library was definitely a place that encouraged this love of learning and reading. And now having a little 2.5-year-old, it's been a huge part of our life and my life.
Yeah.
So, they call it the 4th trimester. The library was this also experience for me to
He's the
kind
one
of
with the little kids.
yeah, like coming back into community and feeling connected to other caregivers and mothers and fathers. And it was really kind of like, for me, actually, the Larkspur Library was like a reintegration back into life, but like a new life that I was still getting to know. So I just would love to contribute. I grew up with the spirit of service. My family has always been grounded in that. So being in Larkspur, I was kind of looking for ways to get involved, and we're not yet in school. So I was
Right.
thinking, how can I contribute and make a difference? And I came to the last city council meeting, and
great.
that was really just nice to see how everything operates and get a sense of the community. And it was the meeting with the Bicycle Coalition. They were talking, and
Oh, the Alto Tunnel meeting.
the Adjourn tunnel.
You learn a lot in this role.
Yeah, and that was really inspiring. And I think that it's a role that I'm excited about to be part of with the library. And there are some ideas for that, but I think being part of community and integrated and to connect with other people and see like you talk about the climate impact circles. And there's one, I don't know, I'm just thinking about civic engagement and what that means. And sometimes it feels a little bit like we don't have power to do anything or make a change. So this was my way of feeling like, well, maybe there is a way to just step into something. And like you said, whether it's this role or another opportunity, even if it's like come volunteer at the library for an event, like I just want to put my name forward for something that can contribute and help.
Great, thanks. I noticed you've been living here about 4.5 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. I kind of got involved right about that same time, which is just once you get your feet wet, figure out where everything is.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Scott, do you want to start since we didn't do any?
Sure. Gotta talk on here so everyone can hear me on.
Okay, sure.
So you would be coming in at a kind of a unique time because we've got a brand new library, coming on. And you were talking about bringing some new ideas. I would love to hear your new ideas.
Yeah, well, in the spirit of that, like looking at the space and walking by it to go to Piper Park, and one, it's really beautiful and commendable that this is happening in our town. It's also just so inspiring to see like new innovative buildings. And one of the things that I thought would be interesting is I often go to other towns like Mill Valley or San Anselmo for things that do bring community together. And I would love to put Larkspur on the map and bring people from other towns, even San Francisco or East Bay, to Larkspur and put us on the map. And I see the library as a key way to do that because one, every parent is looking for things to do.
Mhm.
And there's also a lot of things like what I'm hearing from new parents is a desire to do things with their parents. It's not like, oh, I'm taking my kid to camp and dropping them off or taking them to story time and it's for them, but intergenerational, like we can experience things together and enjoy it. So what if we did a festival, like a reading festival, and we brought in local writers, and whether they're storybook writers for little kids or really esteemed authors, there's so many in the Bay Area. and bringing them, Book Passage has events all the time with local writers. What if we did that version, some version of that, like a speaker series or book series, festival series here in Larkspur? It could be fundraising, like an effort to fundraise or just raise awareness about the things that we're doing that can bring in diverse voices, diverse faces, and have it just be fun, family friendly, and something that we all would want to go to, whether we have kids or not.
Yeah, and just, I'll move to Sarah next, but one of the things the library board is gonna need to really help with is a lot of policy setting, like you were bringing up. Because we have a brand new space,
Yep.
and the brand new space is gonna have to be defined.
Right.
Like what are opportunities there and what are limitations, and hopefully the library advisory board will be active in that.
Yeah.
Because it is brand new space and it will have challenges for use, but it'll also have opportunities to do that, so. I'll go to you, guess, Sarah, or Stephanie,
Go ahead.
Well, I was reading about your creative background, and so I just wanted to see, what from your background you think might give you a different perspective or an enhanced perspective to the role.
Yeah, sure. So for the past 15 years, I've been running a design studio that focuses on storytelling and branding. And I work in the impact space. So it's a lot of foundations and nonprofits and socially driven startups. And I read through some of the meeting minutes from past library board meetings. And one of the things that felt like a little bit of a blocker was, getting the newsletter out and just getting the word out and doing ambitious programming. And one of the things that I do is I work with key stakeholders in the organizations. So whether it's founders or CEOs or EDs, and I understand what it is, what are their goals, and then who are the audiences? What are we trying to achieve in the community? What do they care about? And where do those intersect? And so while I don't have I know the previous candidate had very specific policy building experience. My experience is probably more in listening to voices, a lot of different opinions, and figuring out how to make people happy and do what's right for ultimately the community. So as a creative person, I think that listening skill, the observation, and then the ability to turn it into actual tangible assets. So if we need to tell a story or make a case for something, that's kind of my expertise, like turning an idea into something that can inspire, engage, and elicit an action.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Sarah, anything?
Thank you so much, Gopika. It's nice to meet you. I was just thinking about how you mentioned, coming here to Larkspur, it was one of the first places you went to engage with community and to expand your network. And I was wondering if, from your perspective, what was missing perhaps from the library? What are some ideas that you think we could do, some things we could do better, or ways you might want to improve on the resources we provide today?
Yeah, well, the one thing that was it's like there was a regular cadence to it was the story time in the park.
You mentioned Oliver Park.
Yeah, and that was just so magical because not only did I just move from, I lived in San Francisco for 10 years in Oakland, but then all of a sudden I'm in
The Redwoods.
the Redwoods story time, and it was so beautiful, but it only happened in the warmer months, and then it shifted to inside. And then I got in touch with a few groups that do outdoor learning, but they're in Fairfax or they're in Tiburon. And I would love to see more programming actually, produced by the library, but maybe utilize our natural surroundings. Even, there's probably books in the library around science and botany, and then we have the creek and, so much that we can learn from. So that could be interesting to introduce more programming that bridges, the book knowledge and wisdom to natural wisdom, things that we can do outside. And then the other thing was that it was interesting because I was able to take a year to be with Sabia. And I noticed that initially there were a lot of mothers. And then it transferred into more of the nanny scene. And I felt like the only mom in the room. And I didn't actually know how to connect with other mothers after that few month period where a lot of people returned to work. And so one idea is to do something that feels very feasible and manageable for people coming back into work. Just to feel like they can be part of the community still, you know? And that brings me back to programming that feels like, oh, I can do this with my kid. I'm not just dropping them off or for them. So like the Marin Country Mart does Saturday music in the mornings, and it's really fun, you know, like everyone's out there. I see people that I haven't seen in years, and it just feels like a gathering place. And I think even with the existing library and our surroundings before the new library opens, I feel like Larkspur is a place that naturally brings people together, but we can do it more intentionally through the library.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, we have a few more minutes. Do you have a question?
Yeah, no, I'm enjoying listening. It's great to hear. I actually have a 3-year-old, and
Awesome.
it's funny. I thought I made up the word fourth trimester.
Oh, yeah.
I did.
I love that.
Yeah,
very
it's so
great.
true. And the baby, I mean, they really belong in the womb, and then you recognize them after they're out for 3 months. But I never connected it to the public policy space, and I very much enjoy some of your thoughts, because we have, you know, the elder community, and Catherine and I are working on that, and we think about that, but then there really is this other community and bringing in the young parents and that. So I'm enjoying that. I think, you know, I think you guys have asked all the questions, so I'm
Yeah.
good. I just wanted to express some appreciation.
you.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Anything else? Anybody? So I just want to thank you
Yeah.
for doing this. Pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, very nice to meet you.
You know, as we ask everyone that don't go away.
Yeah, no,
If this doesn't work out for whatever the reasons are, there are lots of opportunities to get involved in the library. Not only as a volunteer with the Friends of the Library or the Library Foundation or the Commons, but there are other opportunities within Marin, within Larkspur to volunteer for boards and commissions and things. And it sounds like you're here for the duration, so yeah, which
Here.
is terrific. And the transition to the new library is going to take the whole community. It's not just going to be the library staff or the library board only.
Yeah.
I was just imagining how we're going to get all the books over there. It's going to take all
Right.
of us to do something like that.
Yeah.
So, really, anything you want to wrap up with?
The only thing I'd say is, because you're bringing up the topic of volunteerism, I am deeply rooted in a nonprofit called the Art of Living, and we're all volunteers, and we teach breathwork and meditation. But through that, actually, there is an ability to bring in volunteers from all around Marin, East Van, San Francisco. So for efforts like we need to transport the books over, it's just good to know what those opportunities are.
Yeah.
And make it sort of like just known, because I mean, yeah, whether it's on this board or not, I feel like a lot of us, that's my friend Guzzle who volunteered to help me with my baby, but we're very much looking to.
Yeah, and you know, that's a good thing to reach out to the library director and just share that information
Yeah.
too, as Damon Hill is very interested in finding people who have those
Yeah.
skill sets, who are willing to volunteer for things. So,
Okay, great.
great.
Thank
Well,
you.
Good.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Nice to meet you
Run
all.
for city
Good.
council.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
One hit.
Yeah, well, I'm leaving this role in 1.5 years, so you could take it then.
Because you don't have a child. to worry about.
Hey, managed.
Barely.
All right, thank you.
Great to meet
Oh,
you.
wait, I have to say,
Oh.
the mayor.
He wanted to give you a hug.
Come back. Next time.
Oh, he's coming.
Okay, we have another guest that we're gonna talk to, so it's your last chance for love is what they've done, is summer goes to say. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
See you.
Thanks. Nice to meet you. Go
Take care.
Bye.
That's
Catherine, you can start off.
They'll be throwing tomatoes at me, not
No.
nice. Great. Hello, Mrs. Faust.
Hello.
Thank you. Have you been listening in to
I
our? Oh, great. Okay.
It's been a pleasure.
Well, welcome to our interview process. And just for disclosure, you can see I'm one of Susan's personal and professional references. So we've known each other about 30 years, I think. So just to be clear on that. So let's just start by telling us about yourself and why you're interested in serving on the Library Advisory Board.
Well, I've been a librarian for my whole professional life. I've started life at Arlington Public Library in Boston, outside of Boston, San Francisco Public Library for 13 years, and then I served as the lower school librarian at Catherine Burke School for 33 years. And I don't know, you may have seen my statement, but the last year was the best, which speaks to my growing enthusiasm for books and libraries. I retired 7 years ago in anticipation of grandchildren, and my children came through. But I'm still involved with books for children. I do regular reviewing for the San Francisco Chronicle. I've done that 40 years. And I'm involved with Common Sense Media, which provides advice for parents on all kinds of media for children. So when I saw the announcement for this vacancy, a light bulb went on because I really miss being involved in libraries and being part of the team that supports the work for communities. And so I guess what I'm bringing is a lot of experience and expertise and a passion for connecting kids and books and enhancing family life through the library.
Scott, you want to start? Sure. Going around this way this time.
Well, first of all, thank you for applying, volunteering, and thank you for being so detailed in the information you provided. You answered most of my questions,
Oh.
in what you provided. But I guess let me ask a similar question in that we have a brand new library, and I would love to know, with your extensive experience, what you feel are the most important lessons that you have learned that we take to this new library when we start out.
Okay. Well, I was very fortunate in 2008 to be part of a very similar move. The school renovated a space that's roughly the size of the new library, and our collection is roughly the size of that library. So it's very similar in that way. And in what was involved was a lot of planning and thinking ahead and preparation for the move. And then getting settled in, figuring out how to best use the space, because even though you might have thought through every detail, there are unexpected opportunities or plugs that aren't in the right place. So, anticipating that. And then beyond that, getting through the move, then the opportunities really make themselves available. And in this case, because it's a combination community center and library, and it's located on this corridor with schools and near the Lark Theater, I just see a lot of opportunities for the library to make more impact on everybody, seniors, children, families. And I think, there'll be so many ways to take advantage of that new space.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Great to meet you, Susan. You're very well qualified. So thank you for applying for this. My question has to do with, your work with Common Sense Media and, what is your approach and how would you analyze how you would, to deem something appropriate or inappropriate for our new library?
For the collection?
For the collection, yes.
Okay, first of all, you have a staff of professional librarians, and I would I mean, hopefully we can trust them because their role really is the book selection. And they use reliable sources. I don't know which ones they use specifically, but I don't see it as the board's view or the board's purview to be involved with the selection. It is involved with that collection development and setting the framework for that. So, but to answer your question, what I look for is the quality of the publication, if it's, the accuracy, timeliness, inclusivity, if we're talking about book building a diverse book collection. I'm pretty particular about all of those things, and have been involved. I've been involved with a lot of book selection, and I was on many American Library Association award committees where each committee looks at a different aspect of a book, but I'm used to looking at books as they are, fiction, nonfiction, picture books, etc. For Common Sense Media, I get assigned books, and then they have a very detailed framework of what they're looking for. And so I look at the book and analyze many perspectives.
Great.
But as I said, it's really a staff responsibility.
Right, but yeah, but as you mentioned, the board would set some sort of framework, and occasionally we might get something that's controversial.
Right.
So how would we, work through
Well, now you
that
have,
situation?
yeah, I mean, now you have a collection development policy that's relatively new. And that really provides you with a lot of support as to how you handle challenges. And that's a whole different thing. We did a collection development or policy at Berks when I was there, and I read the one from Larkspur, and it seems really complete and very good support.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay.
Sure. Yeah, first of all, I just really appreciate all the experience you bring to the job. And one thought, I'm curious about your thoughts about the digital transformation. Libraries, have always been this great place for people who like to feel books, and now, there are different needs. So it's maybe just a very broad question, but where do you see books going? How do you see the digital piece of this? And, the fact that some kids are too addicted to online, and the fact that, we don't have a lot of space and digital opens up opportunities. What's your thought at a policy level for, the onslaught of digital substitutes?
Well, that is a big question. I myself like reading on a device. I will admit it. But I'm also a book person, especially when it comes to kids' books. And that tangible object really makes a difference in child development. And, for adults, I would say it's much more a matter of choice. And to the extent that you can look at statistics about what goes out that's print versus what goes out digitally, you can kind of see where the community of adults is going, and gauge things that way. But for kids, I'm really worried about the screen time. And I'm really curious to know, for example, what the junior high is doing, and how the library could potentially partner with the school in terms of policies regarding screen time and use. The other thing I think that that librarians are really good at connecting the right kid to the right book at the right time. And so to the extent that the library can institute programs and individual reader advisory to promote literacy and literature appreciation, it's not just decoding, it's kids knowing that the book has something important for them. And that's the appreciation part. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, very, very much so.
Okay.
We have about 3 more minutes. Sarah, do you have?
Okay.
I don't. I just want to say thank you, and your qualifications are outstanding. And yeah, you've pretty much answered all my questions.
Yeah. I mean, I just want to,
Do you have
I mean,
questions for us?
no, but you didn't ask me the other policy questions. Um,
Prepared.
because it seems to me that that's really a important function of the board is to
Right.
support the professional staff with policies that make it possible for them to do their jobs the best. And I do see upcoming a few areas where there might be room for policy discussions, and that's around the community room usage and around after school. I mean, I would predict that you're going to have an onslaught of kids after school because of proximity. And that's the good news, but it also means that you have to be prepared and anticipate what that's going to look like. So those were just a couple things I was thinking about.
Great. Okay, thank you, Susan.
Thank you.
And I'm so appreciative of all 4 people who have applied. What we'll do is get the city clerk will get back to you after the city council's had a time, which would be at our next meeting to decide. And have a safe trip wherever you are.
Oh,
Yes,
do you have,
ma'am.
you have
Go
one
ahead.
more. You have one more after me though, right?
We do, yes.
Oh, yeah, okay.
But did you have one thing you wanted to close with?
Oh, no, I thought you were ending it.
No, and it's lovely to see you, and thanks again.
Thank you.
And I know you're in Boston or someplace like that, so it's late for you. Gretchen. Oh, that's all right. We're all here. 'Cause
Lifetime librarian.
Exactly.
We're all here because we care about
Yes,
what
it's
we're
wonderful
doing.
to see people involved and wanting to be more involved.
I totally appreciate that too. And, it's interesting. I've been in this role since 2013, believe it or not. And we come in kind of waves where we get a lot of people super excited and interested in things. And then sometimes we're just begging.
I know, I keep
people.
seeing that rent control. I said to my
Yeah.
husband, you should apply for this.
You
rent
should.
Control.
We
You
don't
should
have
Not me, but yeah.
Yeah.
Be
Not
great.
good for-
Keep
that-
encouraging him.
Yeah, right. I keep seeing that in the newsletter.
Yeah, well, if anybody listening, we need more people to apply for that. Yeah, it's a key part of what makes cities like our size function, are people who step up and take on policy roles. So and it comes with challenges and it comes with opportunities, like I said earlier. So you've heard a lot of the questions.
Yeah.
So we're not gonna spring a zinger on you, but just fill us in on what you're interested in and why this role sort of rose to the surface for you to want to apply.
Well, I'm sure you saw in my application, my background is in education. I lived for a long time in New York, and I was a middle school English teacher there, and worked with libraries and books. And my heart is a book person. I'm an English person, and books were a big part of my growing up. They were a big part of my kids when they were small. I'm now past the little kid age, and I now have 3 teenage boys, a 16-year-old.
Oh, Lord.
Who got his license yesterday.
Oh, no.
And almost 15-year-old, and then a 6th grader, a 12-year-old. And I've watched them move away from books, unfortunately, to move from being real readers when they were young and carrying a book everywhere they went, to now, I'm finding
On the
ways
screen,
to
yeah.
find, like, I'm not bribing them exactly, but finding ways to read with them. I read, one of the last books I read was with my 6th grader. We read a dystopic book and ended up at Grapevine last weekend to talk about it. And, but it's not natural the way it was for me and my brother. And so trying to get back to trying to bring them into the library. I come to the library all the time. I read all the time. And so when I saw this, I guess my interest is in the teen population and how in getting teens more involved in the library, more involved in books, more involved in just feeling part of the community too. One of my kids is dyslexic, so he listens, to audio books, doesn't read, so that's a big part of, his experience of books. But all of that, bringing all of that in. So that's my
Great.
background.
Great. Why don't we start with Scott?
Just not Gabe.
Okay, well, let's reverse it.
You go ahead, Gabe, go ahead.
I like Scott's style. because-
We all get along so well, so.
Yeah.
All right, I'll start again. So I have two teenage kids.
You have two
Teenage
boys,
kids,
too.
two boys, 16 and 18. They're both at Redwood now. And similar experiences of starting out reading all the time and they have distractions now. My youngest just got his driver's license, so
We get the DMV.
no, I was on the phone with my insurance company trying to figure out how much it's going to cost me. But I also see the potential of the community center / library as a way to engage teens in a positive way. And when we were, talking about how the layout would be, obviously you can't have foosball and things that are going to make a racket, but yet you want to do things teens are going to want to be part of. I'm curious your thoughts on how to best utilize this so that teens want to go there, as opposed to walking past it on the way to the pizza shop or,
For sure, comfortable furniture.
Yeah, absolutely. Outside.
Furniture. I mentioned that I haven't taught for a long time, and I've popped in and out of some maternity leaves, and right now I'm at St. Pat's across the street teaching 7th grade, and that's been really fun to be back around, 32, 13-year-old, and there is so much. There's a lot of chatter in this, but there's so much energy there and so much creativity there, and if we could engage that, right? Whether it's, and I don't know, you'd have to try lots of things. I think you'd have to trying to get kids involved with selecting books. Maybe you could get kids involved with, a community event like a poetry slam, and you could get kids writing their own things if they would, want to perform. If you had that kind of a improv or a comedy night, or, even just things like that could maybe be a broader idea of what a library could be or what a community center could be, and tie it maybe to the written word, hopefully. But I know the library has lots of programming that isn't tied necessarily to the book. When I was looking at the minutes, I saw it was like standing room only at the some talk about the marshes, land use of the marshes, so if we could find things that, I know somebody mentioned it on authors bringing in, if we brought in whether, an author that would appeal to teens, or if kids are writing their own things and would want to share, that would be wonderful. There's so much, there's so many kids who are writing poetry, writing literary magazines with Redwood, maybe I don't know my kids are not at Redwood, but I don't know what their literary magazine is, if they would want a night at the library to, to present to the community. If there's ways that maybe the teens could connect to, the senior population or to the young kids population. I think that's a great way that kids feel real responsibility and leadership, to feel like they're really doing something that's meaningful, not just, that we're just requiring them to get their volunteer time and they're here, but they're really doing something that they're excited about or proud of and they want to be part of. So that's a long answer for that.
That was a great answer.
Okay.
Definitely great.
I don't have a question, but I will say I also have two teenage boys, and it is a
I
struggle
escaped
to
that
get
one,
them. Yeah, it's a struggle to get them to read. But something that you said about the poetry slam and also just literary magazines. I think that's something that we should probably explore, because I do know that in one of my kids' years, there was a youth who wrote poetry. He organized a poetry reading. And where kids, and apparently he had to hold this at the Tiburon Library, which, was sort of disappointing. But anyways, they went there and there were at least like 25, 30 kids who showed up and read something that they wrote. And I thought that was surprising. I just, so I think it's really interesting concept that you brought up. So I think that, those are ideas I think that are worth exploring.
So one of the roles of the Library Advisory Board is to work with our professional staff on policy making. Policies, I'll give you an example. A number of years ago, we had a patron who was disruptive in the library, and the librarians needed help to create a policy that we could exclude an individual who met certain criteria of disruptiveness. So that policy came about with the help of the Library Advisory Board. So can you think of any sort of policies that may be needed for moving into our new space? Moving into our new library and community center space?
Yeah, I mean, I think some have been mentioned already. I do think that the traffic, the school traffic, as much as you want all the kids in, I do think there's going to have to be a policy probably around that, about how it will work so that the library can be shared by everybody and enjoyed by everybody. And if you have a community space that isn't just the library space, for sure, that will be, I don't know, I haven't thought more about it.
No rave parties until.
No, yeah, no, right. Yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, I for sure, my background is not in policy. But I have been on I've been on like the school board of my kids' schools, and I was, and I know that takes careful work, right? To get that right, to get that precise. Yeah.
And to make sure that it's thoughtful about including all users and patrons of the library and their rights to be part of the public space too, so.
But also not to infringe on anybody else, to have
Yeah.
everybody have that space. Yeah.
Sarah, any questions?
Sorry, I didn't answer that very well.
It's all right. We're all here together.
Yeah, thank you so much for your interest in the role and for submitting your application. I wondered if you have any experience looking at budgets and participating in budget review.
Only within my own.
Okay, home personal. Okay, okay,
Right.
okay,
And finding ways for my, yeah, but no, not on an institutional level.
okay.
No.
Okay, and then the last thing I just wanted to say was I appreciated your comment at the end about wanting, now more than ever to get involved, and especially with libraries as they're under attack. And I just can resonate with that because it was a personal calling for me too, to get involved in public service. And so I hope that if for some reason this role doesn't work out, that you'll continue to pursue opportunities, because as our mayor has mentioned, it really does make our city work when we have lots of citizens who want to get involved.
No, absolutely. When I came to the meeting last week also, and it was great to hear all these different groups that support the library.
Yeah.
I went home said to my husband, oh, there's a lot, if this one doesn't work, that
Yeah.
there are a lot of.
There is the rent board.
But that's true. We have 3 different main organizations. The Commons Foundation is really the focus on the new building,
Right.
capital campaign for the new building. The Friends of the Library has been a long-standing organization that really fundraises for the needs, the specific needs of the collection, of maybe the library building itself within the structure. And then the Larkspur Library Foundation is another fundraising entity that's been around since I think 1978.
Yeah, no, it was great to hear, and to hear about the Touch a Truck and the books in the laundromat, and it was, there was so much that they touched on last week, for sure.
Gabe, any question?
No, I just really want to express appreciation, and I might just, if you could say a little more, like what stood out was your being on a school board. And I mean, you've obviously been so involved and often probably around the your kids and the young people, and anything from that experience that you think might be really relevant here. Like, I served, and this is like one of the tough, heated meetings we had, and here's what I did, that kind of piece of your experience.
I think when I was on the school board, part of what we did was we found a new director. I was part of a search committee that did that. I was also involved in bringing in the school that I worked in. Parents were a sub, so I ran that program too. But what I liked being part of, I think, on the board was being that behind the scenes team, right, of thinking through how best to support the teachers and and as a teacher, that was how to make a school run, how to make a library run, right? Because the front facing people, that you're doing all these, many things behind the scenes so that they can do their jobs and feel as supported as possible.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Gretchen.
Of course.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye,
Nice
thank
to
you.
meet
Thank
We're gonna
Thank
adjourn
you.
this part of our meeting and take about a 5-minute break and go to our regular meeting. You're
Wonderful.
welcome to stay.
Thank you.
Or you
thank
go
you.
home
I-
and watch it online.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Welcome back to the regular meeting of the Larkspur City Council on Wednesday, May 21st, 2025. It's now 6:32. We held an hour of interviews for 4 residents of Larkspur who met with us from 5:30 to 6:30 as interested in serving on our library advisory board. So I'm really thrilled that we had interest in people volunteering and serving on our boards. You're all welcome to do that when we have openings. So keep looking for those when they become available on our newsletter and apply. We'd love to see more people. So that brings us to our roll call and our Pledge of Allegiance. Why don't we start with a roll call?
Councilmember Candell,
I am here.
Councilmember Margulies,
Here.
Councilmember Paulson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Way.
Yeah,
Vice Mayor
I'm here.
Andre,
Here.
Mayor Way.
I'm here too.
I was jumping ahead.
She's my alter ego. If you can, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Terrific. Thank you. On to item number 2, which is public comment. This is an opportunity for the people who are here in the chambers and those who are online to speak to the council about matters that are not on tonight's agenda. Knowing that it has not been agendized, we can't have a lengthy conversation about anything, but you are welcome to address us on matters not on the agenda. Is there anyone in the audience here tonight who would like to do that? Please come forward to the microphone and introduce yourself. Come forward, please, Ms. Hillary. Hold on, wait till you get to the mic so we can hear you.
Just briefly, I just wanted to thank you again for hosting the charrette about City Hall. And I'm very excited to see the Page and Turnbull report when it is released, I think next month, perhaps. And I wanted to make 2 requests that we keep in mind, setting aside whatever money we can to support the ongoing public outreach for this City Hall project. And secondly, just to request that when the report comes to City Council, if we can arrange another joint meeting or perhaps just inform us and send us a copy so we can review it in the Heritage Preservation Board.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to speak? All right, seeing none, is there anyone with a hand raised on our Zoom screen?
I'm looking for any raised hands from our Zoom audience members.
Nope, don't see any.
There's no public comment.
All right, we'll close public comment, and that brings us to presentations, item 3.1. We have a proclamation in which declaring the first Friday in June to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day. Do we have a staff report on this? I forgot to ask. No? All right. I just wanted to acknowledge that we've had several community members who are very involved in gun violence education, and they asked us to put this on the agenda. And I thought it was very important that we continue to keep the reality of gun violence in our nation and the need for us to, as a community, to work to reduce gun violence as part of our continuing it in our forward thinking. So I asked for this proclamation to be put there. Is there anyone from that organization in our audience? No. All right. Seeing none, we'll move on to the consent calendar. Do we have anyone of the council who would like to pull an item from the consent calendar for discussion? No? Do we have anyone in the audience who'd like to pull an item from the consent calendar for discussion? No? I just wanted to pull 4.4, not for a lengthy discussion, but to just thank our staff in this process in which we did a selection of qualified historic architects to work within the community. I served on that committee with Richard Stork, who's also on the Heritage Preservation Committee. And I think we received 18 different proposals, and the staff worked really hard, particularly Alex and our Community Services Director, to get the materials to the committee, myself mostly, and to really thoroughly do an analysis of these historic architects. And we were able to choose 5, which are listed in the consent calendar. And I just want to thank Alex particularly for his help with me on that. So if we don't have any other further comments, is there anybody who would like to move the consent calendar?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No? All right, the consent calendar passes. That brings us to item 5, which is the city manager's report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First off, I just wanted to let everybody know we're excited. Our summer Music in the Park series begins on Friday. So we hope folks who are interested, you can go to our website to see the schedule for the summer. But great time to be out in the park, see community members, enjoy some music. A lot of local bands that our recreation directors cultivated a program around. I want to thank the several community organizations that help support that program to make it happen for the community. I also wanted to say, I hope folks are getting a chance to walk by the new library. It's pretty exciting. You can really see the frame of individual rooms now, and they're making great progress. I actually think we're having an update. Is it next meeting or the meeting? Next meeting. So we'll be bringing you next meeting an update, and that'll include, as you know, there's still some outstanding decisions to be made on some of the last elements of the project, but we are, from a planning perspective, we are right there at the finish line, and construction is going great. I'm gonna knock on some wood right now. So, and then lastly, remind the council and the community, we announced this last meeting, but you'll be dark twice this summer. You'll have 2 council meetings that we're canceling to accommodate summer schedules. So we will not meet for your second meeting in July, and we will not meet for your first meeting in August. So July 2nd, then we take a break, and then we come back the 3rd Wednesday in August. So with that, Madam Mayor, I'll turn it back to you.
Are there any questions of that report? No? Okay. That brings us to council members' reports. I think I'll start with Scott. We're laughing because at our interviews, we were going back and forth between the ends of the table, so.
Just very quickly, Police and Fire Council, we had a nice discussion at the last meeting where we approved the budgets. I realize that it went up a lot, which is reflected on our budget. And we had a fairly frank conversation that type of increase is unsustainable. And we look forward to not having the same issue next year with our budget. But that was very a good amicable conversation. As far as Ross Valley Paramedic Authority, we are in the middle of negotiations with the town of Ross about their rebuilding, and we're negotiating a lease for the new ambulance to live there. And it's still in progress, so no final updates I can give you other than we are moving forward.
Yeah.
And that would be it.
Thanks for doing that. That's a hard role to take, and I'm glad you're doing it.
What a fun role.
I know. I did it for a few years, but it's a tough one, and I appreciate your representation there. Stephanie, anything? Okay, Gabe?
Sure. So I just had 2 small reports. Catherine was, as MWPA rep, asked me to be the alternate.
Yep, thank you.
Last week, which was really a privilege. I was in that organization thanks to Catherine. She gave it to me when I first joined the council for 4 years. And I just want to say that, we know how important wildfire is, and MWPA is kind of a poster child of, a good organization. And it's interesting to see the organization grow up and, and reach new. So it was like the council tonight, it's budget season. It's a $20 million budget. What do we do with the money? And before it felt like, we could just hand out money, but now it feels like we have to really watch it. There are more competing voices, with the state environment, money is tighter. And it kind of came down to the question of what role MWPA plays. Can we be a little bit more thoughtful and careful about all our vendor relations and so forth? And I want to thank our city manager, who plays a really central role on the advisory board there, and was, cited a few times by Todd Landau and and some of the ATC staff were there, but we did pass what I thought was a thoughtful budget, and it's a reminder that you have to keep good governance, as council members, as board, as community members of an organization. You can't just let it run in autopilot. So it was a really great meeting. And then today I was at the SMART meeting, and I just wanted to share with you, because I think we all have our committees, and then we really don't get to learn about them and don't get to discuss it in public. So a long story short, we had to vote on where $45 million was going to be spent. And, I learned a lot in maybe 20, 30 minutes. First of all, I didn't realize that when you go down the 101 and you pay your tolls, we're talking about a $1.3 million agency, $1.3 billion agency. So all that transportation money kind of flows into the, MTC, Metropolitan Transportation Committee, and that kind of flows to TAM and to SMART. So we were asked whether we should, they granted us this money. And one line item, I voted yes, was we'll spend $244,000 on paths. And sometimes I'm very conflicted, like, are we wasting our money, a path? So I did some research, and the real question I had is this a good use of taxpayer money? And, my vote was yes, because the paths for the SMART train and for Larkspur, and if you guys haven't walked it, you can walk clear to San Rafael with no traffic, is largely the return is on health. So, when people get older and all that, I mean, the cost to the healthcare system is reduced. And then we have a real last mile problem too. So I feel like, again, you could vote no, but to me, it was a lot of money, but it's worthwhile. So anyway, that was just a little vicarious experience for you. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Sarah, anything?
Wanted to report out that I was a member of the Community Development Block Grant, which part of the Priority Setting Committee. And on May 8th, we approved the funding recommendation. So this is federal money that we get from HUD that many of our local agencies apply for. And one mention was that there is some money that is going to be going to Eden Housing. And I don't know if the community is aware, but this is in unincorporated Larkspur, and it's a low income rental project. And so they are allocating $190,705 to that agency. So that impacts us directly in Larkspur.
That's Oak Village one.
It's Eden Housing.
But-
Yeah, but it's part of Oak Village, but
yeah.
it's the low income side as opposed to the teacher
Got it.
development.
Okay, I guess my only report Scott did about Central Marin Fire and Central Marin Police, because we're both the representatives to that. I wanted to thank the Public Works Director for inviting us, myself and Barry Fegan, who is our age-friendly representative to the county, to view furniture, that sample furniture for the new library, just to give our opinion about whether it meets some of the criteria for being supportive furniture for seniors, which is what Age Friendly is looking at. So thank you, Julian, for that. And then lastly, I went yesterday to the Twin Cities Village event that they have, and just did a little mayor talk. And we have one of our residents is turning 100 this year, and I'm gonna Zip, who Mr. Dannenberg, who runs around town goes up and down the stairs with his little hat. Yeah. Yes, and he turns 100 this year, so I'm going to work with Allison on a little proclamation for his birthday party. So, little town things, but So that will close that council members' reports and comments and brings us to item 7, which is a public hearing. 7.1, which is the introduction of ordinance 1086, authorizing the Marin Electric Bicycle Safety Pilot Program. There is a handout in the back for those who are interested in the slides. And I would like to also see that they are online for those who are online. And may we begin with a staff report, please?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, thank you for this opportunity to present this proposed ordinance.
Can everyone hear, Captain? Okay, no?
Is that any better?
I don't know. Is it better back there? Okay.
I'll hold my-
Use your playground voice. That's what I always
Okay.
say.
Before you for your consideration and discussion is a proposed ordinance to meet the provisions of Assembly Bill 1778. I have a brief presentation here to outline what those provisions are. If you're not already aware, Assemblyman Connolly passed Assembly Bill 1778, which is also titled the Marin Electric Bicycle Safety Pilot Program. In Marin County, we take great pride in having some of the most beautiful trails and bicycle access. However, over the last several years, we've noticed since the introduction of e-bikes that technology has been pushed out a lot faster than we've been able to react with regulations to control the safety of e-bikes. And so what we've noticed over the last several years, and this is data from Marin Public Health, is that there's been a 110% increase in the volume of calls for service generated with youth riding e-bikes. And collision data shows that the age group of 10 years to 15 years is about 5 times higher, have a 10%, have a 5 times higher accident rate than other age groups. In speaking with ER physicians, public health determined that when a youth e-bike rider is involved in a collision, the severity of those injuries are similar to those of vehicle collisions because of the speeds involved, and they're akin to more serious head traumas, internal injuries, and whatnot. Here's a little graph to highlight what I just mentioned about the collision data here. Again, off to the left, the 10 to 15 year age group is 1.5 times higher than any other group and 5 times higher as far as frequency of accidents. So just a quick refresher in case if you're not aware, but the California Vehicle Code classifies e-bikes in 3 classifications. Class 1 is a pedal assist only with no throttle, maximum speed of 20 miles per hour. Class 2s, which is predominantly what we're focused on with Assembly Bill 1778, those devices have a throttle that do not require active pedaling, and they also can go up to 20 miles per hour. However, what we've seen over the last couple of years is that certain manufacturers put out software that are able to bypass and increase those speeds drastically. It has not been uncommon for us to see class 2 e-bikes traveling at 30, 40 miles per hour. And lastly, class 3s are pedal assist only with no throttles, and those have a max speed of 28 miles per hour. However, the California Vehicle Code already regulates who is able to operate those legally, and you have to be 16 years or older to operate a class 3. Here's a very brief slide on the history of regulation that's come throughout the state. As you can see, AB 2234 authorized San Diego County to adopt regulations to prohibit kids under the age of 12 from operating class 1 and class 2 bikes. And in September of 2024, AB 1778 was adopted, allowing only Marin County and their municipalities to adopt ordinances to prohibit anyone under the age of 16 from operating a class 2 e-bike. So the quick summary of what 1778 is it establishes local authority for you to adopt ordinances that prohibit anyone from under the age of 16 to operate a class 2 e-bike. It also requires anyone, regardless of age, who operates a class 2 e-bike to wear a helmet. There are 2 provisions within the Assembly Bill. One requires a reporting component back to the legislature, and that has It will be the responsibility of the Marin County Sheriff's Office to coordinate with all local law enforcement to gather that data and file the report with the legislature. And then lastly, the Assembly bill requires a 30-day public awareness campaign prior to any enforcement action being taken. And that public awareness campaign is also being handled by the County of Marin. The county has hired a PR firm who specializes in marketing. And so they have a very robust marketing plan to really push out public education, because I'm a firm believer that in order for us to do our best to solve this issue, it's going to be through public awareness and education, not so much enforcement. And lastly, I think it's really important to highlight that this bill will be repealed January 1st of 2029. As far as enforcement.
I'm sorry, can I ask you a quick question about that?
Please.
So correct me if I'm wrong. What I thought I just heard you say is that we have the ability to pass local laws making it stricter than state law. However, the state law allowing us to do that expires in 2029. Do our laws that we pass now then sunset in 2029? Or if we pass them now, or does the state law just say you won't be able to make them after 2029?
The state laws, the Assembly bill says that even though you adopt this ordinance today, the ordinance itself shall be repealed in 2029.
Got it.
So,
Thank you.
of course. As far as the enforcement component of AB 1778, the bill requires a minimum of 60 days of warnings to be issued. In addition, once the warning phase is over, starting on day 61, the officers have discretion to issue citations. However, those will be issued as infractions and a fine limit of $25. There's been some misnomer that other municipalities have increased those fine amounts. That is not accurate. That is not up to council. That's been prescribed by the Assembly bill. In addition, if a individual is issued a citation, we as law enforcement cannot report that to the Superior Court. So in essence, what that means is it will not affect anyone's driving record. And lastly, if we issue a citation for a 1778 violation, the violator has the ability to attend, and if they successfully complete a e-bike safety course within 120 days of the violation date, they can bring that certificate to us and we will void the citation. And lastly, if we issue anybody a citation for a helmet violation, if they pass that same course and they're able to bring a state-approved helmet, we will also void that citation.
Can you elaborate on where those training courses, bicycle safety training courses will be offered?
Yes. So as far as I'm aware right now, the city of Mill Valley offers an e-bike safety course on the Highway Patrol. We were in the early process of trying to create that with the Marin Bicycle Coalition, and we submitted a grant requesting funding to offer this course, and the state denied our request. So those are the two that I'm aware of. And this graph here just kind of summarizes what 1778 will alter. And again, just to reiterate, the only thing this will change is who is entitled to legally operate a Class 2 e-bike, and that's anyone over the age of 16. And lastly, anybody, regardless of age, operating a Class 2 e-bike will have to wear a helmet. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Captain. Before I open up the public hearing for questions from the community, are there any questions of Captain Kalili from the council?
I have
Yes.
a ton of questions.
I know you do. Well, that's why they're here.
All right.
Before we open it to public hearing for public questions, Councilmember Candell will probably ask many of your questions.
All right. So first, you mentioned for accidents, 10 to 15-year-olds, 5 times more serious. Do we have any data on whether those accidents were people riding Class 1, Class 2, or Class 3 e-bikes?
That I don't know. I know that data was gathered from Marin Public Health. So I don't know if they were able to categorize what type of vehicles were involved, whether it's a Class 1, Class 2, or Class 3 e-bike.
Okay. Do you have an opinion? I mean, obviously, I wouldn't want to restrict people from riding, bikes that they like, that are environmentally friendly. Unless I truly felt it was dangerous, from the data, we don't know if those accidents were class 1, class 2, or class 3. Do you have any personal experience, or do you have an opinion as to whether regulating class 2 e-bikes in this way would be beneficial to the community?
Yes, I can tell you, council member, that our experience as Central Marin Police has been that majority of our encounters with people driving recklessly, people that are involved in collisions, has been with class 2s. Class 1s are very common. They're lower speed. They are not controlled via throttle or software. Most of our enforcement efforts thus far over the last couple of years has been with youth operating class 2 bikes. The vast majority, my office oversees Doherty, and when I'm staring out into the out into the street, it's not uncommon for me to see kids driving down Doherty at the same speed as vehicles traveling down Doherty on class 2 e-bikes. As far, and I neglected to mention that proposing this ordinance for your consideration, this is a countywide initiative that's been taken. I know several municipalities that have already adopted this ordinance or are in the process of. And so the overarching goal here is to have very consistent messaging throughout the county so that there's no confusion from one jurisdiction to the other. I don't know if that answers your question.
It does. I got another question, though,
Please.
which deals with enforcement.
Yes.
I would imagine looking under 16 is not probable cause to stop somebody for riding a bike. So let's say we pass this, you see somebody riding a bike with a helmet, a class 2, can you stop them? You wait until they get in an accident? I mean, what tool does this give you to help you, prevent accidents?
I'm glad you brought that up, and I appreciate that. You bring up a very, very important point with your consideration of adopting this ordinance. And that is, as law enforcement, we are not in the business of violating people's civil rights to verify age. It's no different. Adopting this ordinance is no different than what's already on the books with provisional licensees. So your first 12 months when you get your driver's license, you're provisional, right? I cannot use that as a primary probable cause factor. So what that means is if I look and I see a juvenile riding a bike, I cannot stop them to verify whether they're 16 or not. There has to be a primary probable cause factor, meaning they have to run a red light, fail to stop at a stop sign, speed, reckless drive. That will trigger the enforcement stop. And then once that enforcement stop's been conducted, at that point, once we verify their identity, then we can confirm the age. So I just want to temper expectations for everybody involved here that adoption of this ordinance is not the end all be all to resolve the e-bike issues. There are still limitations that we have as law enforcement on conducting these stops and issuing citations. So
Let me ask you another question. You don't need a driver's license to ride a class 2 e-bike. Is that true?
correct.
Okay, so someone's riding a class 2 e-bike, they do something wrong, you stop them. You're like, how old are you? You're like 16. Well, let me see your ID. I don't have any ID. Okay. How does that play out?
So typically, if they're a school student driving to and from school, they'll have some form of school ID that they can present to us. But with kids, we kind of operate on the honor system. We ask them for their name, their date of birth, and their address. And then we can do some local checks if they've been in our system to determine whether they're being honest with us or not. But, there's no, in California, you have to have a driver's license in your possession if you're operating a motor vehicle, right? Those don't apply to class 2 e-bikes. So that's another limitation.
Okay,
And I think the city manager wanted to.
sure.
A few non-police comments that I want to make sure we get on the record. So the county took the leadership to form a task force to kind of deal with the passage of this assembly bill. If they were here, I think their representatives would tell you a big purpose of the bill and making something illegal is that education campaigns are more effective when the activity is actually outlawed. And they always keep citing helmet laws. We weren't running around arresting people for not riding with a bicycle helmet, but it is against the law to ride without a bicycle helmet. So they plan on approaching this as an education campaign and would like to see all the cities pass these ordinances to have a uniform message throughout the county. There's also two other key points. One is that the activity is illegal. So if the participant who's doing it does something that harms themselves or someone else, they've assumed all the liability because they're doing something illegal. That's a gray area right now, right? If I'm a 14-year-old and I'm illegally, and I'm riding a bike right now, it's legal, and I have an accident, I might have an argument that I'm entitled to compensation and somebody else is liable. But if you weren't supposed to be on that bicycle, the outcome of the accident is your responsibility. So that has a civil component to it as well.
And I think that that's an important thing for us to bring up too, is how collaborative Central Marin Police and our police chief and our captain have been with our local schools district for the past 1.5 to 2 years, working with the schools to educate the kids, to educate the parents, to educate the PTAs and the community. And they've been very challenged often by parents not being collaborative with the law enforcement in this role. And I think the assembly saw that. Our representative, Damon Connolly, did with some support from some of our supervisors to give up one more tool in the toolbox for law enforcement. But this is really important as an issue for parents and for the schools and for parental responsibility too. And I kind of condition this similar to what we did years ago with the social host ordinance. The social host ordinance was to try to find some other tools to get underage drinking and underage drinking parties that were happening all over the place under control, because the parents, unfortunately, many of them didn't know, or they weren't doing their duty to deal with underage drinking. And these ordinances then flowed across the county in an effort to provide law enforcement consistency throughout the district. So I know they've worked very hard, particularly with Hall Middle School and that underage group that are part of the Central Marin district, to really work with the parents. But unfortunately, this issue still goes on. So, did you have more questions?
Yeah, I wanted to say I don't give any hard time.
That's okay.
But I really support this, and I really want to thank you for all the work that you guys have done on this issue over the past year with both Hall and Redwood, mostly Hall. And it has made a difference, and I just want to thank you. And I'm absolutely in favor of this. I'm just trying to figure out some of the details, but it doesn't mean I'm not supporting it.
I appreciate the kind words, Mayor.
Other questions of the captain or our staff? Yes, Gabe,
Sure.
the e-bike rider himself.
I'm not. I'm an e-bike victim, almost. No, I wanted to echo what Councilmember Candell said. I live next to Redwood. I bike my kids to Neil Cummins, every day, and I see the traffic and I see your efforts, and I know the bandwidth limitations. I was curious about slide 6 and 7. I'll just read it. So one of the bill's provisions is to establish local authorities' ability to prohibit a person under 16 from operating a Class 2 e-bike. And then, I go to 7 where it requires 60 days of warning, after warning a 25% fine. So let's say we have a 15-year-old riding a Class 2 e-bike. Does this give them a 60-day window? I mean, what does prohibit really mean there?
So if council adopts this ordinance, whenever that effective date is, once the ordinance goes into effect, it is considered unlawful to be riding. However, we are hindered by our ability to issue citations because of the legislature's intent on issuing 60 days of warnings. And it's not negotiable. It's prescribed by the assembly bill. There's arguments that I've heard that, the intent is just, it's not very heavy-handed. You're not going to get the consequences you're seeking. That's not for me to decide. My responsibility is to abide by the legislation and inform my officers that we have to issue 60 days of warnings. But it's still unlawful within those first 60 days. And so our stance has been and will continue to be, if it's unlawful and you're stopped and we determine that you're under the age of 16, we're not just going to let you ride that bike to school or ride that bike home. We would contact a parent. And if we're unsuccessful with contacting a parent to have them come pick up the bike, we would then confiscate that bike until such time where a parent can come to the station and pick up the bike.
I see. So that's material, that the fact that the actual behavior is stopped, by taking the bike, to me sounds like enforcement.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We would not be able to issue an actual citation for
Okay.
the first 60 days.
And then the other thing, I think when Chief Norton was here, these bikes, many of them, the class 2s, are not even class 1, 2, or 3. I mean, they have no legal status because they've been tricked out by software, and so they don't fall into any category. How does that, fit into this? So even if you're riding responsibly, if you're, and say you did something minor, if you're stopped, do we look at the bike itself and say, this is not legal on the streets of California?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. So e-bikes are required to have certain classifications of stickers affixed to the frame. There's always workarounds with those, but part of the criteria for us to evaluate whether that bike is legal or not is to determine its classification, and that would be by the manufacturer's classification code stamped onto the frame.
Okay. And then one last thing. I mean, I feel, to me, the challenge is, there's the bike, but really what, concerns our community the most is, reckless, almost life-threatening behavior. So to me, it doesn't matter if it's a bike. If I saw a Redwood kid with a baseball bat, which is just a sports instrument, I mean, is there other layers of law, which if, I've seen plenty of times on the bike path doing wheelies, and there's mothers with strollers. To me, that does that raise to a different level of enforcement?
Yes, absolutely. If you're operating a bicycle, regardless of classification, on a highway, so a highway, according to the California Vehicle Code, is basically a street. It is considered a vehicle, and those vehicles are required to abide by the California Vehicle Code. So if they are operating those recklessly in an unsafe manner, that definitely escalates it much more beyond the municipal code. That would fall in the realm of the vehicle code violation, which has stiffer penalties. There's ramifications with courts and driving records and whatnot. And so understanding the magnitude of the issue we're faced with, we absolutely would evaluate that. And if it's warranted, we would go beyond the municipal code. The municipal code, I think the intention here is for those individuals that are operating them, quote unquote, safely in a normal fashion. But now you are making a determination that you can't ride them if you're under the age of 16.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Of course.
Any further questions of council?
Oh, not just one. Just one quick question with respect to the rollout. I mean, are you all going to be sending out letters to parents of middle schoolers prior, if we pass this ordinance before you start issuing warnings? Although I would say at the time that you issue the warning, it would be helpful to make sure that the actual citation gets to the parent with maybe a sheet that says, here's what's happened, or, here's the new ordinance, and explaining it. But even before that, are you planning on communicating with the broader public or, middle school parents, just to let them know that, this might be coming, and here's what, AB 1778, and here's what the new ordinance requires?
Yes, absolutely. Again, to reiterate the city manager's comment, the goal here is that public awareness campaign. And so we would definitely partner with the county in echoing their public messaging and their marketing. We have our own methods to reach our local communities. So we would definitely do our part to make the public aware that council has adopted this ordinance. This ordinance goes into effect on X date, and that these are the requirements and the provisions of the ordinance. So I'm a firm advocate of public education. So yes, absolutely.
Great. Okay, with no more questions at this time, I'd like to open public hearing. I noticed we've got a light beam coming in. Is it disruptive to the video camera for you? No, I think we should probably, because it's kind of hitting Vice Mayor Andre right in the face here. And I see it on the Zoom screen. It's a little like a God's ray on you. That's better. Do you think that's a little better for you? Okay. So opening the public comment, this is an opportunity for members of the public who are in the audience to come up and make a comment or ask a question. Is there anyone in the audience here who would like to ask a question or make a comment on this matter? All right, seeing none, I will go to the Zoom audience. No, I think it's okay now, light-wise. It was
It
just,
was just coming through the door.
it's just this beam that's coming through that. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's coming from there.
Is there anyone online, Allison, who has their hand raised who would like to make a comment on this matter?
Yes, our first speaker may.
James.
Go ahead,
Holmes,
Mr.
Larkspur.
Holmes.
When the Marin grand jury recommended laws to limit juvenile use of these class 2, what I call mini motorcycles, and that was seconded by a bicycle group, I remember thinking that the rationale for Larkspur not adopting something was a little vague to me. But now that our assemblyman has obtained legislation for a pilot program and the county and neighboring agencies are beginning to adopt a model ordinance, I see good reason for Larkspur to follow suit so that there will be more uniformity across jurisdictions and more enforcement options and hopefully fewer injuries. Currently, I too see youngsters darting around at speeds that seem to exceed 20 miles an hour and even pass cars, or at least cars I'm driving. So I think there's no reason for Larkspur to be an island of permissiveness for juvenile mischief on mini motorcycles. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Are there other hands raised in our Zoom audience? I see none. So with no further public comment, I will close the public comment period of time and bring it back to the council. Do we have further questions of the captain or our staff? No? Thank you for your presentation. Do I have anybody who would like to move ordinance 1086?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I will second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? No? No abstentions? Thank you very much. We look forward to continuing to work with you and our parent community on how we can make the community more safe.
And I'm sorry, just a clarification. This was passed today. Does this go into effect today?
Don't know. This is our first
July-
reading, right?
If we continue on this path, then it'll be effective July 4.
Okay, thank you.
And I think it's also imperative that we mention that the Central Marin Police Authority, who works for the residents of Larkspur and Green Bay, also work for the residents of Corte Madera and San Anselmo. And Corte Madera had this matter on their agenda yesterday and passed it, I understand. And San Anselmo will have this on their agenda next Tuesday. So we are looking forward to working with our neighboring cities on making sure our roads and bicycle pathways are safe. All right, thank you. You're welcome to stay or you can go home. I heard the Silver Peso is kind of close right now, so, and you're in uniform, so you're not allowed there. That brings us to business items. We are on to item 8. 8.1 is this is the meat of the meeting tonight. So for those of you who are here and you want to hear about our fiscal health and fiscal strength, that's what we're going to do. Fiscal year 2025-26 budget is our topic.
Before we get started, Madam Mayor, as a matter of housekeeping, we have the preliminary budget presentations this evening are divided into 2 parts under the A and B category on your agenda. Ms. Amelia Gabrielle, the Administrative Service Director, is going to give you an overview of the entire preliminary budget and give you a presentation. There's some supplemental material that's in your packet. There's questions in there, and Ms. Gabrielle and I will be seeking your guidance as we go through the discussions this evening on some of those questions so that we can prepare a final budget. We also will share with you, since we'll be focusing on the Community Development and Public Works Department, we have a list of their goals and objectives for next year so that those are available for discussion. And then lastly, the Public Works Director Julian Skinner's here, and he will go through the capital improvement program. There's a lot of interconnection between the preliminary budget and this capital improvement program, so I won't be surprised if we find ourselves sort of bouncing back and forth between these topics as we go through the evening.
So we have 3 additional papers up here on the dais, a preliminary fiscal year 2025-26 budget, a public works 1-pager, and then a proposed fiscal year 25-26 capital improvement program. And those are available in the back, I believe, for people who wanted that additional material. And they're also available online on our agenda packet. Were there other materials for these 3?
If I was a better organized person, there'd be one more sheet that would be the community development goals. We'll present them. We'll make sure they get posted online for
Great.
you as well.
Okay.
With that, I'm going to turn it over to the real brains of this outfit, Amelia Gabrielle, and she's going to take you through the preliminary budget.
Amelia, is it okay with you if there's questions as you go along, we pause and answer them? Because it's a lot of material, a lot of numbers. Would that be all right with you?
Absolutely.
Would you
Yes.
prefer if we stop after certain categories or just whenever a question comes up?
Whenever you have a question, you can ask.
Okay,
Absolutely.
everybody okay with that?
Sure.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, good evening. My name is Amelia Gabrielle. I am the Administrative Services Director with the City of Larkspur. This presentation is to go over the key highlights of the preliminary fiscal year 25-26 budget. So we are continuing to evolve in an uncertain economic environment in this post-election period due to changes in policies at the federal level. In addition, recent data shows that consumer confidence in the United States fell to a 2-year low in March 2025, reflecting concerns over tariffs and inflation. At the local level, the near-term impact of the changes in policies at the federal level is uncertain and was not factored into the revenue and expense forecast that you'll see tonight. What we know is that the city is continuing to see higher operating costs in public safety and pension, and we have accounted for the anticipated higher cost in the preliminary fiscal year 25-26 budget that is presented before you today. Okay, so as I mentioned in the previous budget session and the financial outlook presentation, the city has taken a generally conservative approach with its revenue and expenditures projections and will monitor its budget closely for any substantive deviations from its forecast over the upcoming year. The proposed budget takes into account that expenditure growth is outpacing revenue growth in the area of public safety, pension, employee and retiree healthcare premium, and the Larkspur employee COLA increase. I want to mention that is more in line with the city's revenue growth. On this slide, you'll see, you're seeing here the main general fund revenue sources consisting of about 80% of total projected revenue for fiscal year 25-26. The property tax data from the County of Marin shows an estimated property tax increase of 4.25% over the previous year. The projected property tax included in the fiscal year 25-26 preliminary budget is assumed to increase by 2.84% from fiscal year 24-25. Due to the accounting for the estimated property tax loss because of the Skylark apartment reassessment. The projected sales tax is assumed to increase by a bit over 3% from fiscal year 24-25 year-end estimate. The sales tax forecast is in line with the HDL tax consultant forecast that we have received. The projected TOT, transient occupancy tax, is assumed to increase by 2.5% from the fiscal year 24-25 year-end estimate. And this forecast is based on the TOT tax receipt trend that we've seen over the past few months.
Miss Gabrielle, could I just make a quick comment?
Yes.
On the Skylark property appeals number, could you please confirm that with the tax collector's office, just to make sure that our number is close and that we won't miss that number by a large
Yes.
amount?
Yes, I'm gonna turn it over to city manager who's more apprised to what's happening with this issue. And I also want to mention that if there's a significant difference, we'll come back before you and we'll do a budget amendment as needed. So that is part of our process during the course of the fiscal year. We'll always monitor our incoming revenue, and if we see something that is different, significantly different, we'll come back before your council to adjust the budget and get your approval.
And before you elaborate, maybe just for the community who might not be aware of that situation, maybe just a little primer on why they appealed their property tax.
I can speak generally to what
Generally.
you're referring to. I can't speculate on why people do the things they do.
Well, that's what I meant, not
Um,
specific,
so-
but appeals.
Any property owner has the option to appeal their assessed value. And there are multiple paths for appealing your assessed value. There are appeals that are permanent. There are appeals that are based on the circumstances in a given year. In this case, the owner of the Skylark apartment complex is pursuing the latter path. They've appealed the assessment for 1 year, and the year in question is 2023. So our understanding, based on the documents we've received, is that that appeal was approved for that one tax year. We're well past that tax year and we're well past the collection of those taxes. So essentially they get a discount or a rebate on the collection in the current year, which we then have to account for. I feel fairly comfortable that we're probably with our estimate within 1 to 2% of what the final number will be based on the information we've been provided by the assessor, but we will continue to ask them if they can tighten that down so we're at 0% or 100% certainty. But essentially, for that tax year, we've been informed by the assessor that they had their assessed value reduced by $102 million, which is a very significant number.
102 million.
Yeah. So, and we're now reviewing the information we've been provided. I'm not in a position to go into the details of that decision for you this evening, but we have had that figure confirmed. And so based on that and the share we take of property tax, that's roughly the 223, I think we programmed in, is 223,000 is our share, our loss property tax off of that change.
And I'm sorry, just for clarification, while that happened in 2023, 2024, are we projecting that they will get the same result in 24, 25 and 25, 26 when we're doing our, I mean, right now we're looking at our 25, 26 budget.
We gotta be, so we don't get ourselves confused. Assessments are tax year, not fiscal year.
Okay.
So 23 tax year is the year that the appeal is based in. Essentially, any property owner can keep coming back every year, right? And say, in the next tax year, here's a reason why my assessed value was wrong for that tax year. I have no reason to think they wouldn't do that again, but I can't say they will for certain. I have every reason to believe they will come back and say their tax year 24 should be assessed to some other value.
So that's built into this budget that they would appeal it again and be successful again in a similar amount.
No, because the way this works is we're bearing the cost of the 23 assessment in this coming budget cycle. So
Okay.
that's built in. If they subsequently get reduced for another tax year, we'll quote unquote pay for that because we'll take a loss in the next fiscal year. So we'll just keep, every time we're informed, we'll build it into the next budget.
Okay, thank you.
Was that clear for you? Okay. Now that the sun has gone down, would someone mind opening that back door back up? We're getting circulatory issues in here. Thank you. Yes, the sun has gone down beyond St. Pat's.
I'll only finish, but I do understand the process enough at this point to say, I think one reason
Thank
This
you.
is being done on a year-by-year basis. There's a fundamental belief here that the circumstances that are being used to justify the appeal are not permanent economic forces, and eventually the purchase price should be restored as the assessed value of the property.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and Dana, the analysis of the appeal or the decision of the appeal, is that public record or will that be made public?
So the staff has been working to obtain the documents so that we can provide you with an analysis based on what's legally allowed to be made public.
Okay.
So what I've said to you so far is based solely on public information that I'm comfortable I can release to you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Moving on to, you did sales tax, TOT, and other revenue sources. I think you've gotten to.
Yes, so on the screen, now you see a snapshot of the projected general fund revenue for fiscal year 25-26. Starting with our property tax revenue, it is estimated at 16.5 million, or about 66% of the total general fund revenue. The next largest share of the general fund revenue is the sales tax, estimated at $3.1 million, or 12% of the total general fund revenue. This is followed by other taxes at 1.5 million, or 6% of total revenue. Other taxes include the transient occupancy tax, also referred to as the TOT, for 911,000, the business license tax for 437,000, and the property tax transfer for 150,000. I am still on the same chart looking at the general fund revenue pie. Now I'm looking at charges for services. They are estimated at $1.6 million, or 6% of total revenue. Charges for services include fees for services for plan checks, planning, encroachment permit, recreation fees, fiscal services provided to outside entities such as CMPA and RVPA. Moving on, again on the same chart, the franchise fee, it is estimated at $1.1 million, or 5% of total revenue. The composition of franchise fee includes fees paid by PG&E, cable, and AT&T for $400,000, and garbage franchise fee for $725,000. Again, on the same chart, I'm looking at licenses and permits revenue. It is estimated at $912,000, or 4% of total revenue. Licenses and permits include building permits, which represents most of the revenue at $885,000. It includes residential inspections and also tobacco licenses. Other revenue on this chart is projected at $200,000, of which $175,000 is a one-time grant revenue from the Metropolitan Transportation Commission. Also on the chart, you have penalties and fines, also estimated at $60,000, and mainly consist of vehicle fines. And finally, we have the use of property estimated at $55,000, and it represents the anticipated interest earned on the non-reserved general fund cash balance for fiscal year 25-26. The total revenue, general fund revenue on this chart is $25,082,381, and it does not include the transfer in of $782,000 from special funds for gas tax, Measure B, and Measure G.
So let's just stop there for a second. That's a lot of material. Any question on that chart, the pie chart that's up there?
One quick question, the TOT, I think a percentage of the TOT we put aside for use for the business community, is the entire TOT in this, or just the portion that's going to the general fund?
Just a portion that is going to the general fund.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Okay, so on the next slide, what you're seeing here is a snapshot of the projected fiscal year 25-26 expenditures for the general fund. Public safety makes up 51% of total expenditures. The projected contribution to Central Marin Fire for fiscal year 25-26 is expected to grow by about 9% to $6.86 million. Fire expenditure also includes OPEB, for health retirees, and it is estimated of about 200,000. And the total for fire is $7,058,460, or 29% of total expenditures for the city. Also, in public safety, you have a projected contribution to Central Marin Police for fiscal year 25-26. It is expected to grow by about 8% to $5.36 million, and it represents 22% of total expenditures. On this pie chart, you have expenditures of $7.6 million in total for services such as library, recreation, streets, parks, engineering, planning, and building inspections. And also you have administration. Administration goes along with the citywide contracts, debt service, city council costs, building maintenance, and PERS, unfunded accrued liability. And that totals $4.6 million. The total general fund expenditure on this chart is $24,493,000, and it does not include a transfer out of $1.4 million to debt service fund for the pension obligation fund. It's accounted separately. Before I move on to slide 7, are there any
Yes. Did you have something,
questions?
Sarah? When I first got in this role, this was really a surprising chart for me, because almost 52% of our budget goes to public safety. And I think that's a really important thing for community members to know. Fire and police are not paid for by anything else. They're not paid for by the state. They're not paid for by the federal government. They're paid for by the local government. And it's a key expenditure that we have. And as Councilmember Candell said, and earlier, it is continuing to be an accelerant in our budget, and up 8% and up 7.6%. I'm not saying that that's not something we should be paying for, but I'm saying we all need to be very aware of the costs that are not shared by any other entity in the state or the federal government, and that's just us paying for our police and our fire. I often say that the primary responsibility of local governance is public safety, and that is our fire, our police, our roads, our sewers, our streetlights, and whatever else is left is what we have for everything else. And it gets harder and harder and more complicated with small jurisdictions like ours to afford this 51% to 52%. And that does not even include the cost of retirement benefits and the cost of healthcare retirement benefits. It's a big wake-up call for a lot of people to realize the sustainability of that. I encourage everyone who's listening to this or who's here is to be informed about how important these variables are for us and help us as policymakers figure out how to be more, we're challenged by this every year, and how to get more sustainability in our finances. We do really well right now, but the costs keep going. That's my little speech for tonight. Everybody has great ideas and we want to hear them, but the costs keep going, and our income has remained pretty consistent. So, all right, thank you, Amelia. Are you moving through to the next slide?
Okay, slide 7. Next slide is about staffing. So this slide includes an overview of the proposed staffing changes. The preliminary budget for fiscal year 25-26 includes 33 funded full-time equivalent positions and 2 unfunded positions that are currently vacant. Management proposes to maintain vacant the associate planner position in the planning department and the administrative analyst 2 position in the public works department to partially close the fiscal year 25-26 budget gap. The planned addition of 1 library position has not yet materialized due to funding not being identified yet.
Ms. Gabrielle, I have a question. So you guys have done a good job of holding personnel costs relatively flat or almost flat from year over year. But I do notice that in some of the departments, the contract services have increased. So are you offsetting, we're going to hold a few positions vacant, but are we going to be hiring third-party contractors for some of the functions to fulfill some of the duties?
No, we are not. So we'd have to dive into which departments you want to talk about, but I know a couple of you've spoken to me offline, particularly about the community development budget, and the planning department in particular has a pretty substantial increase in contract services. That's because they've secured a grant from MTC to do a study, and the study requires the hiring of a consultant. So that gets booked into that contract services line, but then the grant will come in on the revenue side to defray that substantial increase. So it's a good question, but we'd really need to dive in with you and talk about these individual lines. But we don't have any specific plans in this budget to supplement these reductions. We think we can absorb these particular reductions without perceptible changes in service levels for the public. We know there are, particularly I think in public works, we're going to be running a little tight for some of our analytical work. So for the benefit of those who don't know, we've enjoyed 2 analysts working in public works for several years now. Those analysts do 2 main buckets of tasks. One is they help deal with the finances of all these projects, supporting the public works director and all the analysis and bookkeeping. The other thing they do is they sort of run special programs. And so some of those special programs will be spread out to some of the other staff members. It's been suggested to me that our recently retired analyst 2 was a real gem in terms of her personal touch. And we hope that our engineering staff can repeat that, but that's probably something. Bear with us as we try to replace Rita with an army of people.
Okay, overall, management projects a structural deficit of $160,000 after accounting for a $50,000 one-time use of fund balance previously set aside for technology upgrades. Contributing to the structural deficit are the unanticipated Skylark apartment reassessment, public safety cost, and pension cost.
And just before you move on, I know I've learned over the years, not everybody knows what we mean by structural deficits. That means the way we've built the budget, we have ongoing operational commitments that are putting us in this position. And so we've come up with a way to sustain those operational commitments into this fiscal year, but we need to think and have dialogue with you during the next fiscal year about whether we change some of our practices, which may affect some of our service levels in order to cure that deficit.
Can you go back to that last slide? I don't think we heard the last part. Magnitude of CalPERS costs. Yeah.
Yes, so because of those cost increases that necessitated a reduction in staffing level, the 2 vacant positions that I mentioned earlier are unfunded, and they will help mitigate the structural deficit. The deficit would have been higher if we had not proposed to maintain those 2 positions vacant and unfunded.
I'm sorry, quick question. I know for the fire and the police budget, there's discussion about whether you assume some vacancies, kind of as a normal practice. There will always be 2 vacancies. I'm assuming for our budget, we do not do that. And this is our actual staff, what we're expecting. Is that right?
Right. In the rest of the operations of any city, your opportunity to assume vacancies would be in a high turnover area. So for a city like ours, if we had an army of maintenance workers, we might be experiencing regular turnover. We run with a really small team. We need that team. We can't, as you know, we work hard just to keep up. And so we don't program vacancies into this budget.
And just, I think the public also needs to know that CalPERS, the California Public Employee Retirement System, is a requirement that we do as a city that has California employees. And we pay into a retirement system under CalPERS. And if they are not getting their CalPERS is not getting their rate of return that they had anticipated, they put that cost onto the cities to contribute a greater amount than anticipated. And we don't really have any control over that. We don't have an ability to say we're not paying into that system because that's all been challenged in court and cities have to pay into what CalPERS designates we pay into. Is that correct? Pretty good?
Close enough.
It's frustrating, but because we really worked hard on our pension reform and we were one of the first cities to take out a bond to pay down our pension obligation. And we refinanced that bond in early days of COVID to a really good number to save the city a lot of money. But CalPERS still comes back and demands more. So we have to factor that into it.
Yes, that is correct. Okay, I think the city manager already touched on this topic that in fiscal year 25-26, there will be a comprehensive operational review by staff, and that will be presented to council. And there's going to be discussion about community expectations and service level. So I'm going to move on to special funds. So there's going to be a focus on special funds over the next couple slides before I close this presentation. So here we're looking at sales tax for measure B and sales tax measure G, the TOT, and also the assigned general fund balance allocation. There will be a proposal at the end towards the end of this presentation. So beginning with TOT, so this is 1/10 of the Larkspur's TOT revenue, and it's placed in a special fund. We are projecting $118,000 of revenue for fiscal year 25-26. The recommendations are to spend $15,000 on the on the July 4th parade, spend $25,000 on city's promotional activities, and spend $28,500 on community activity sponsorship, and also allocate $50,000 to the Chamber of Commerce. So I'm gonna stop for a second.
Yeah, I have a question. I am going to suggest that with the budget, that we approve that the 118,000 is set aside for business purposes, and then have a separate discussion about how that $118,000 is allocated, if that would be appropriate.
Should we bring that up towards the end of our presentation, or how would you like to handle that?
I would suggest we park that and then we come back to it after we've gone through the material, because that's part of tonight's discussion.
I didn't know if that was tonight or the next conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're seeking feedback. So, if you opened up last year's budget book or any budget book, there's quite a few special funds. We're bringing you tonight the ones that have a lot of discretionary decisions for the council. Some of the special funds are things like the gas tax fund. You don't really, once you approve a project and we've said we suggest we pay for it, the gas tax is kind of the end of the discussion because it's limited. The TOT, it's a full discretionary
Okay, we'll bring that up
fund
again.
for you. You can decide how you want to use this money. These are our recommendations based on past practice, past guidance from the council. The measure B, the measure C, G funds similarly, although those have some more formal guidance from the council on how to bring you recommendations. So I would suggest tonight, this is all for discussion and you can take it wherever you feel is appropriate.
Yeah, well, I'll hold on to that for when we get to that. Just so the public knows, the transient occupancy tax, a TOT, is what people pay when they reside at a hotel or a motel. They're transient, meaning they're just coming through town. We only have one hotel in Larkspur's jurisdiction. That's the Marriott over in Larkspur Landing. So many cities have a very robust TOT fund because they have a lot of hotel and motel properties. Larkspur really has one. So we are limited in our TOT because we don't have a lot of properties that pay into that fund. Just to let everybody know. Keep going, please.
Mention that in the budget book, for transparency purposes, I want to say that there is a rollover amount of for wayfinding sign program. This project was approved in 24-25, and there's $180,000 that will roll over into next fiscal year. So I just want to make sure that for transparency purposes, I'm mentioning this. It's not on the slide. The decision was already made to allocate dollars to this project last year. And it's just not spending this year, we'll be spending next year, and it is budgeted next year.
Is that from the TOT? No.
No, this, yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay.
The TOT fund has a fund balance, a reserve, essentially excess money. So you allocated from that last year.
Right.
I'm sure Mr. Skinner can speak more to this. I think wayfinding is actually a specialty and there aren't a lot of these folks and you got to wait in line till it's your turn to work with them. So I think that's sort of why we.
So I'm sorry, just so I understand, that's not in the
That's not part of the
suggested,
current.
that's it. We already have the
We've
money
already
set
approved
aside
that
for
one.
I
that.
think Ms. Gabriella doesn't want you to be surprised that it's on the sheets, right? You'll see it in the.
Right, but
numbers.
there's a separate pot of money already put aside.
Already
for that.
allocated.
Thank you.
Okay, on next slide, here we see the recent tax receipts and I'm sorry. Want to make sure I'm on the right slide. So we are expecting for Measure B to receive $2,096,000 in $2.9 million the next fiscal year. And for Measure B, we are anticipating to receive $976,000. And those projections are based on tax receipts that we have received recently, as well as our consultant HDL has confirmed those numbers. Okay, on this slide, these are the recommendations on the expenditure on how to allocate those dollars. So we're proposing to allocate $3.55 million of Measure B. It is more than what we're receiving because there is a fund balance that has been accumulating from previous year. So the allocations that we're proposing are debt service for roads, $1.6 million, an allocation for capital projects of $1.6 million. We have we are proposing fire truck to pay for the leases, $184,000, and we're proposing to pay for the purchase of police vehicles, $160,000. And that's already included the $160,000 in the police budget that I mentioned earlier. So it's not above and beyond.
And is the fire truck lease in the fire budget?
Yes.
Okay.
And our Measure B, and it's a G, I think. We have an oversight committee. This went through the oversight committee recommendation, did?
Yeah, all recommendations go to the oversight committee. They are not a vote. They don't control. They advise the city manager on what the city manager decides to bring to you.
Okay.
In this case, I have agreed with their positions, and so what I've brought to you were approved by the majority of them.
Thank you.
Okay, so on this slide, this is for Measure G. The recommendations on the expenditures are to allocate $725,000 as follows. So water pump purchase, $75,000. purchase of a mobile generator, $150,000. We're proposing to allocate $500,000 to storm drains, which is broken down as follows: street sweeping for $31,250, tree services $30,000, and capital project $438,750. I'm going to pause here in case city manager wants to add anything.
I'll just say the full details in the written material, and I'm
Yeah.
sure we'll talk about it as we go forward.
Thank you.
Okay, so can I also flag something on your
Sure.
park list? Can we talk about this mobile generator?
Yes, so you want to talk about the Measure G allocation.
Right. Thank you.
Anybody? Okay, anybody else? No? Go ahead.
Okay, so on this slide, we're looking at a proposal to allocate assigned fund balance for CIP as follows. Capital improvement project for CIP. I just want to make sure I'm clear on that. So $40,000 for recreation offices at Piper Park, $50,000 for the ADA transition plan implementation and update, and $50,000 for sustainability and CAP implementation.
Sorry, just for clarification, my understanding is the $40,000 for the recreation offices is for a study that we're really gonna, we have like $1.5 million that's actually gonna be for that. Is that accurate?
So yes, so for the benefit of everyone in the public who may not be aware, we currently enjoy occupying space in the Larkspur Corte Madera School District offices. That's where our recreation is located. They've informed us that they need that space. We've worked out a timeline to vacate the space over the next 14 months or so. And the question is, where are we going to house recreation? The challenge is that the vast majority of what recreation staff work on is out at Piper Park. And so the benefits of them being there are extreme. And so we would ideally have some facility out there of some kind. So the 40,000 is to do the analysis and bring proposals to the council and the community. It also includes, there's a bathroom facility near the rec offices available to public that's in need of significant repair. So it includes dealing with both of these things together. And also there's a lot of interest in more EV charging at the park. And we would analyze the conduit and other electrical systems, because as we know now, our current chargers are struggling because there's not enough power. It was never planned to be for EV charging out there. So we would look at all those things in that 40,000.
And what is the date when we have to be out of our current facility?
It's relatively fungible. We need to give up some space by the end of this June, and then the other space roughly the end of the next fiscal year. I have a feeling if I put my puppy dog eyes on, the superintendent might take pity on me and let us stay a little longer if we need to. But their operation is expanding and they're out of space, so they're constrained.
Are we going to have some type of temporary facility out there while, I mean, I would imagine if we're doing a study, we're not going to have this completed by the date that you're talking about.
So actually, we're contemplating, for lack of a better term, quick build options, right? So I'm told that if we get the go here, this is a very quick study and you'll be vetting options, and these options are 12 to 16 month construction windows. So we could make it work.
Thank you.
You're to your last slide now?
Slide, yeah,
Okay. So we asked a lot of questions as we went along. Any further questions at this point?
I have one, sorry.
Sure.
Well, actually I have two questions. So one, if we were to, there were a couple of comments that came in about City Hall and reserving some money for outreach. Would that be a part of the operating budget, come out of the general fund? I guess everything, ultimately stuff comes out of the general fund, but, or would that be a CIP item? What where would we put that if we wanted to try and find space for that?
So there is no money for that project,
Right.
and because of that, as we've informed the council public several times, then the source would be the general fund reserve.
Okay.
It would be unusual for the council to allocate money out of the general fund reserve for a project before staff has presented the project scope. So
Right.
typically what would happen is we would complete the current phase of the project. We would take some direction, and we've talked offline with the council, and we've shared with interested members of the public. We're hoping to get this report called the Historical Structure Report out the door,
Right.
give everybody a few weeks to digest it, and then hopefully at the June 18 meeting, talk about it. We take direction from the council, use that direction to put together a proposed scope for going forward. And then we would ask for that allocation out of the general fund reserve. Quite confident the general fund reserve has enough capacity in its capital designation to handle whatever you ultimately decide.
Great.
So we're expecting that, hopefully that report by the end of the month, hopefully, and that it can be agendized in June.
The current goal is to have it on the June 18 agenda,
Got it.
but we wanted people to have it in their hands for a few weeks. It's a lot of material.
Right.
People deserve time to read it. So I'm going to look out at Mr. Skinner and he's nodding that he's comfortable with me saying by the end of this month, we're going to have that report out the door.
Great.
Great. And then last question, Miss Amelia, or Miss Gabrielle, sorry. What is the balance of the general fund reserve? Roughly.
You can come back to us.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah,
yeah,
you can come back.
because I know you have to look that up. So,
Okay, thank you.
okay. So this is a business item, but it's super important because we're all part of this community and we need to fund a lot of things. So I'm going to open this up to the public for questions. If you have a question, please come up to the microphone and you can ask that question about this item, which is a review of a preliminary budget.
And I'm going to just throw out there that this is kind of the beginning of the conversation. I believe we're going to have another budget from Public Works. We're going to have capital improvement projects, and then we're going to have a discussion about all of them.
Yeah.
So you will have an opportunity to come up again after you've heard more information, because that may influence whatever your thoughts or questions are.
Okay, no one in the audience? Anybody online want to ask a question? Okay. Don't see any hands raised. Do you see any, Allison? Okay. Thank you. It sounds like how you would like this to go. Would you like us to discuss these issues now that were brought up, or would you like us to continue with the part 2, which is the review of the proposed capital improvement project?
Well, a few things. We do have the 2 department heads here for the departments we haven't dived into, and I did make them put together some bullet points to share with you, sort of what they're doing. It might be good to have them come up.
Did I miss that?
No, I'm telling you, I'm reminding you now, we want to do that. We're kind of tonight's the night we open up the budget and you go into the nitty gritty. So, and you give us direction so we can bring you a final budget. So to answer your question, in addition to the specific items in the 3 special funds, which I think are the ones that have caught a lot of people's eye, if you have questions, concerns about the general operating budget, you have all that information in front of you. We'd like to get that feedback this evening as well.
Okay. So you have 2 additional presentations.
Well, I'd like to invite, is Elise, yeah, I can't see you so well, but I see Community Development Director Elise Simonian's here. Let's put up her slides. And, just, it's always helpful when you're doing the budget to remind yourself what we do. And all of our departments are working very hard and very busy. You're hearing tonight from the 2 that can more readily quantify their activities, and it's pretty impressive when you start to see these statistics. So, Elise, if you want to give us a quick overview of how things are going in community development.
I think I sent you, this was last year's presentation.
Oh,
I only had 1 slide for tonight, but I actually have those numbers that I could go over.
okay.
They're just not on your screen, but you can compare them to last year's if you leave that up. So there's 824 building permits were issued this year, which was down from last year by 7%. The total valuation of those permits increased by 19% to $50,079,524. There was 22 new accessory dwelling units this year, which was up by 46%. 161 applications for resale reports, which was up by 15%. 51 planning applications, which was up by 34%. And I did the number pretty quickly, but I believe there was around 24 heritage tree removal permits was down 25%. And then according to our reports, these are also, just 2024 calendar numbers. So we haven't considered the spring in these.
Elise, I'm
data.
confused. Those numbers are different from what you're
Yeah,
on
let's
the
turn the
slide.
screen
Yeah,
off,
turn the screen off.
Allison.
Yeah, let's just turn the screen off.
So it appears we have a version control accident, and last year's version was sent to
Got it.
to the
Okay.
city clerk. So
And then code enforcement closed 157 cases and opened 167 cases. And I believe there's 116 currently open that they're working on. Some of the other slides were goals and accomplishments. And the 2025 goals were to improve customer experience for online and in-person permitting. And we did hire a new administrative assistant and permit tech, and with really focusing on customer service, and they're in-house 5 days a week, answer the phones, answer the email, answer the door even when we're not open. And we've been trying to advertise the fact that even though we're open 2 days a week from 9 to 5, we are available those other days by appointment. We contracted with an additional plan check consultant to assist with faster permit processing, began instant permits for solar panel projects, completed building plan scanning, so now residents can view information on their sites online, improved the phone tree to make it easier for people to speak with the staff that's here, and implemented online inspection scheduling, and that some of the contractors may not find that an improvement of customer service experience. However, our staff is very aware, available to help them when they do have problems scheduling inspections. And we're trying to work out some or improve the process so that it's easier for them, but there have been some kinks that we're working out along the way. One of the other goals last year was to promote pre-application meetings with new businesses, and staff's been meeting with, met with a lot of new businesses, some that came into town and some that did not. And implementing the housing element programs was another goal last year, and a number of those programs were adopted with the housing element. In addition to that, 4 deed restricted housing units were approved at 1,000 Drake's Landing, and staff has been working with the applicants of Magnolia Village to deed restrict 4 units for that project that should be starting soon. And then the website was updated to indicate that there's no penalties and reduced standards for units built without accessory dwelling units built without permits prior to January 1st, 2020. That's based on state law. So we're trying to advertise that program to people. And then for 2025 and 2026, we'd like to continue the goal of improving customer experience for online in-person permitting by expanding the types of instant permits that can be obtained online, and then improve online submittal requirements and checklists. Another goal of our department is to increase revenue where we can, so ensuring planning and public works staff charge for any time reviewing the building permits, reviewing the planning processing fees, and increasing them if necessary. And then make other efficiencies just so that we're being more efficient when we do work on flat fee projects. And then another goal of our department, again, is to implement the housing element and general plan programs. And I have a long list of programs I'd like to work on, but I don't need to go through them all for you.
So at least we already had to highlight that one of the big jumps in your department's budget is the contract services. So I do want you to highlight this grant you're anticipating.
Right. So we, the city received a $175,000 grant. It's not accepted by the city council yet. So at the next meeting on June 4th, we'll be presenting a resolution that would need to be accepted in order to accept the grant. And we'll talk more about what the grant would be for, but it's associated with the transit-oriented communities program that ABAG MTC is promoting in order to increase residential and commercial densities near transit stops to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and further the regional plan for the Bay Area. And so the grant would be for studying parking requirements with the ultimate, their ultimate goal is to have people set maximum parking requirements in transit-oriented areas. But we were also hoping that through that process, we could analyze our existing parking standards throughout the community and other areas that are close to the transit stops, such as Bon Air Center and the commercial areas that are maybe within a mile of the transit agency. So you'll hear about that more at the next meeting. So we've put it in the budget in case we move forward with the grant. And the MTC would be selecting the consultant to do the grant. I think they've already put out a request for proposals, and it would be, because I would like to share whatever the proposal is for what they're proposing to actually do for the city. And at that grant amount, we'll have consultants review or monitoring the consultants. But we don't have a proposal yet, so I don't have a lot of specifics.
That's a lot that your department is doing. You also interface with several of our community committees like Heritage Committee and the Planning Commission. How often and how many days a week does your staff, or days a month, does your staff engage in those meetings?
The Heritage Board hasn't been meeting very frequently this past year. They've had meetings, but we haven't had that many projects that are subject to their review.
I see.
So I'm guessing about a half dozen meetings they've had. I could be wrong about that, but it doesn't seem like they've been that frequent. And then Planning Commission has been meeting fairly regularly, twice a month, to review applications. And we have a number that are waiting for hearings right now. So I expect to have at least the next couple months be full hearings for the Planning Commission. But then we might get a break because we didn't receive any planning applications in May, which that may not be that unusual, but it hopefully will give us a little breather because the Planning Commission is interested in working on projects like the floor area ratio for hillside lots. But we need staff time in order to address that. And right now we have a lot of really major new home projects coming through.
Yeah, that reason for my question was because at the appeal that we did, was it this month? Of a property on Owlswood, it came up several times of an interest in the community, and an interest by the council was to help support looking at some of our ordinances for floor area ratios and other exceptions that we offer. You did a good explanation about how odd shaped many of our lots are in the community. But I think it's worthy. I think all of us felt that it was a worthy of us pursuing that.
Yeah, so we don't expect that to take any revenue.
No,
we
I
can do
know.
a lot of the work in-house. Obviously, staff
Yeah,
working
it's
with the
staff
city
time.
attorney and city attorney time to assist with any ordinance that comes out of it. But other than that, we think a lot of that work would be able to be done in-house.
Thank you. Is there any questions of? Yes, sure.
Elise, sorry, you mentioned 50 million in permits and
Valuation. So $50 million, the valuation of the projects for the permits that were issued was $50 million.
I see.
And
Okay.
the top five were, there were like the past year, the prior years, there've been some commercial projects that really bumped that valuation up. But this year there was, or in 2004, there was the top five were new homes that just had really high valuations.
Okay, so just for my edification, does that then result potentially in new assessments with higher taxes? Okay. Is there some kind of correlation you could make, like 50 million equates to
It
potentially?
could equate to 15 million, but that may be
It's one of a long list of variables that the assessor uses.
Mhm.
And so you shouldn't take to the bank
Okay.
that the assessed value goes up in that direct one-for-one correlation.
Mhm.
But it definitely will go up a healthy number. And in fact, if we sat here and all we talked about tonight was property tax and how it's performed over the last decade, in Larkspur, reassessments from remodeling and rebuilding have been a significant portion of our property tax increase.
Okay. And they're much bigger homes, footprints now than they have been in the probably last 10 years. I would just anecdotally, people are building bigger houses. And you had a question, Gabe?
Yeah, thanks, Elise. I had a few questions actually. I was wondering about the ADUs. So we have 18 ADUs, I think you said.
20, I think there was, for the calendar year 2024 was 22.
Okay, okay.
Sorry, yeah, 22.
Okay, and I'm curious, I think this might have been a year or two ago. We had the Marin County ADU program we outsourced to them, and I'm, just curious how that's going. Is that helping people, or are we still doing
I
that?
need to ask them for data to see how many people are contacting them. We're still being contacted all the time. And I was trying to encourage my staff, send them to the ADU center because we're still working with them. And we would hope that they'd be able to answer staff questions, but we still get requests for information regularly about ADUs.
Okay.
And
'Cause that-
people
that-
are regularly coming in with ADU projects too.
Okay. Yeah, I just remember when we had that meeting, the thought was to relieve staff burden and also to make the process better because, it is part of RENA. And if you could, I'd love to hear more about that if you can get that info. The other is, kind of going to, so 51 planning applications, I think 824 building permits. Are there any large multifamily in that portfolio?
Not for this past year, there wasn't. These are for issued permits. For planning projects, we just had the 1,000 Drake's Landing, which is my understanding is not moving forward anytime soon. Magnolia Village has been going through a building permit process for the past year, and we're expecting them to start construction this summer. But that's it. I can't think of any other multifamily that have applied for planning approval.
So in our housing element, I think we had 9 candidate areas and many properties. So far as any movement, Magnolia Village would be North Magnolia, right? The one where we
Right.
had the hearing, the appeal. So that may start in calendar year 2025.
Correct. And that's 18 units, I believe, or
Okay.
20. 20 might be 20.
Yeah, 20.
Yeah,
26
yeah.
with 4 affordable.
And last question is about automation. So I think this was also at a council meeting, the permitting process, for example, like do we use a system like Cloud Permit or Excella or anything, or how do we
use
handle?
Central Square, which in the public version is eTrackIt.
Okay,
So it's one of those online permitting softwares. So we exclusively use that. There's no one that can bring paper to us. They have to apply online. If someone experiences difficulty, we'll help them upload documents, but it's actually we want them to apply online because then they have access to their account to schedule inspections, to upload plan revisions. So we try to help them to figure out how to get online to use the system.
do you feel that system is saving staff time, or do you see any other areas for automation? Because, when I think about the budget and I think about the wave of tools coming out, I'm wondering if your department sees any room for efficiencies.
I wasn't working here that long before we went to that system, but we had to have saved this time just in terms of before it was literally people passing paper around. So transmittals would have to go to offsite locations and then the comments would return like by hand. So I'm sure the process itself is much more efficient and it's just so much easier to see what's going on with an application. So we could just at a glance know where it is in the process. And then Bill Hansel, and I know he's online. He's
behind you.
Oh, you are. He could talk more about just the improvements made to the processing of the applications through because so we went live with the new system in December 2022, I think, and then just have improved it further. And there's a lot of improvement that we could make still, but he's taken it further.
Yep, Bill Hansel, Chief Building Official. The first year, I think, was just getting everything in place, and there was simultaneous paper submittals as well as the Central Square submittals. And then last January, we went all in terms of you have to apply through everything digitally, and you have to use the system to set inspections. And the system, when it's working well, is fantastic in terms of what we have done. I think what it has done is it's really completed the quality of record keeping and communication between ourselves and the fire department, their records, public works records. We've now expanded that just in the last few months to integrating Marin Municipal Water District as well as the sanitary districts into those reviews directly. So there's a lot of sort of seemingly minor steps at first, but cumulatively over time, each permit, adding to that small level of efficiency means that we're really having a much better system. And from my prior experience as an applicant, previously at an architecture firm for a long time, and so there are certainly aspects that you have to get used to, and we've spent the last year sort of training our applicants and being accessible to them to be able to, help them. But now we're getting people that are getting used to it and getting much more positive feedback. So it's been good.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions of Elise and Bill? You want to say something?
I do. First, I just want to remind you, right now, because we froze the position, 5 FTE running that whole operation, both sides of the planning building. So it's running very lean, and appreciate all the hard work that staff's doing. I did want to warn the council that I think the challenge area that we'll be talking about a lot during this fiscal year is code enforcement. The demand from the public for us to go out and look at what they perceive as code violations by their neighbors is kind of shocking to me sometimes, and it keeps growing. And so that's an area we're currently doing a balance of in-house and staff with outside support, and it's expensive.
Yeah.
And we have never wanted to be the community that issues large-scale fines to cost recover code enforcement. And I'm not saying we need to go there. I'm just letting you know it's a subsidized operation that the demand is starting to cause creep in the budget. And we'll have to talk about that.
Do you have anything further?
No.
Yes, Bill?
Sorry, Councilmember Paulson. Just one thing in terms of the ADU Center. In the last year, I did participate in a number of sessions where myself and other building officials were available to the public to come in and answer questions about how to apply. So we've had a really good, I've had a really good working relationship with them. So I think it's working out well.
Before you leave, I just want to offer to anyone in the audience, if they have a question, you can ask the council about the Community Development Department. You're welcome to come up to the microphone. Okay. And I see no hands online. So thank you, Elise. You're a very busy person. And then we have, looks like an update from Public Works.
Yeah, and as Mr. Skinner sets himself up, Miss Gabrielle wants to come up. She has that bottom line number in the general
sure.
fund reserve balance.
So the question was, what is the total of the reserve balance? Was that right? Okay.
I'm a council member, Andre. So as of June 30th, 2024, the balance was $24,413,300. The balance is broken out in different components. And what I would like to do with the city manager is come back to the next meeting and provide council with an update on how the balance is broken out. There's some funds reserved for in case of an economic downturn. We have a policy of maintaining 25% of our expenditures and reserved for fund balance. We also have funds set aside for the OPEB liability as well as the CalPERS liability. So I will, if you are okay with that, I will come back with a table with a breakout of the balance.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to remind the council, for the benefit of the public, all those designations were council decisions in the past. And so they're always revisitable by you. And usually at your final budget hearing, we go over what those decisions were. They can be changed at any time during the year. And as I mentioned, one of the designations is a generic capital project designation, and that's where you can draw for some of these opportunities. And lastly, it can be a disconnect to hear us talking about having budget challenges and then here we got a nice healthy reserve. A lot of the reserves built up from one-time infusions of money, and a good rule of thumb is one time in means spend it on one time out, not operational costs. You can use reserves to kind of get through 1 or 2 rainy days, but it's not a way to conduct business on the long term. Also, when we were doing the Bon Air Bridge, we knew we needed large amounts of cash to fund the project the way that grant system worked with the federal government and the state government. And so we were very aggressive for a period of about 6 years of building up cash reserves. And so you now reap the benefit of having shored up some pretty significant cash reserves. And one of the questions over the next few years is what's the best use of those monies?
It looks like we have Director Skinner and a one-page summary page. Thank you. And this is your presentation of the fiscal year 2025 accomplishments or 24 accomplishments. And then we're going to go later into your presentation of the proposed capital improvement plan. Can everybody hear him? Oh, these.
Okay, try again.
Everybody okay hearing that? Oh, these microphones last.
Right, are we better now?
Better.
Okay, yes, good evening, Public Works Director, Julian Skinner. So I do have a brief presentation. I kept it short to our top 5 accomplishments this last fiscal year and the top 5 goals we're looking for next year, because I will follow up with a CIP presentation. So I kept this first part fairly brief. So last year, this year, so just within the last few weeks, we finished our 5-year Measure B paving plan. We finished it in 5 years. We paved 25 miles of streets. That's 3/4, somewhere between 2/3 and 3/4 of all the streets in Larkspur were paved over the last 5 years. And now we're moving forward into a preventative maintenance paving program, which is much less costly in the near future and for the long run. And when I get into the CIP, I'll have a slide to go into that in a little bit more detail. We completed the Redwood Highway North bike and pedestrian improvements. This was a phase of the North-South Greenway. So that's a collaborative project where we've been working for many years with the Transportation Authority of Marin and the County of Marin on bike and ped improvements. Over on the east side of 101 around the ferry building and the new smart station. We started construction. A big goal for this year was to start construction, get shovels in the ground for the new library. So that's well underway. And then I think we had a lot of visitors and council members when we did the ribbon cutting over at Niven Park. That was one of our great accomplishments this year. And again, as a reminder, that project was 100% donor funded. And that project started from somebody who contacted us to do a bench donation, and it grew and grew and grew. So
it's very popular.
Yeah. And then the other accomplishment this year, this says we've completed the historic structure report for City Hall. Again, that's scheduled to be completed this fiscal year. So that's currently, the consultants have completed it. It's at the moment being reviewed by myself and Kitchell, and it'll be made public by the end of this month, and then will be brought to you at a future council meeting. So those are the major highlights for this year. And then for the goal for the upcoming year, just to follow up, finish the library, get it open. The goal is April of next year. We were fortunate with a average to below average winter. We didn't lose a whole lot of construction days over the winter, and we're on schedule, we're on budget, and we'll have a more in-depth library update at your next council meeting.
The storm drain projects are progressing. You may have seen crews out in the field. We're finishing up phase one. I think they've just done the last couple of pipes in Riviera Circle this week. Our phase two contractor's been in Niven Park, looking at the big storm drains that run under the park. And up in the Greenbrae Hills and up in Madrone Canyon too. So phase one is almost finished. Phase two, they're about 30% of the way through their work, and they're scheduled to finish this calendar year. And then one of the accomplishments was finishing the historic structures report for City Hall. One of our goals for next year is to have the discussions of what are the next steps in renovating this building once the library functions move to the new building. And then another goal, this is kind of an ongoing one, is completing the city manager mentioned the Bon Air Bridge earlier. We did have some mitigation projects that were associated with the bridge. Unfortunately, we ran into some hiccups with one of the 5 mitigations that we needed to complete for that. And we're in the middle of talking with resource agencies and the county about trying to resolve that last mitigation requirement, which is creating some, recreating some wetlands that were displaced by the bridge. So we're hopeful. We've been working along. We've got a little bit more exploratory work to do before we can finish that off, but we'd definitely like to close that out. That's a federal aid project, so it has a lot of paperwork, a lot of staff time associated with it. So we'd like to wrap that up so we can move along to some of the other projects you'll see in the CIP presentation later on. And then the last one is implementing our new asset management system. So I didn't put it in the accomplishments, but for a long time, we've been looking for a computerized maintenance management system, a CMMS or an asset management system. And we landed on one, and we're now going through the process of taking everything that we have in Excel sheets and Laserfish and looking at how we can upload that into this new cloud-based asset management system that will help us better run a lot of our routine maintenance operations. This system has the capacity to log a lot of what we're doing and identify areas where we could be more efficient and help us better plan staffing, or when we need to bring in contractors to help for spikes in the work. Some of the things that are in here are soon going to be mandated. Part of our stormwater permit does require that we have our storm drain system in an asset management program. So we would have had to go through this eventually. And then also there has been on and off discussions about traffic signs and their retroreflectivity being measured and cataloged in an asset management system. So these are all unfunded mandates that may come along. Well, the storm drain one is sometime down the line. So we want to get this asset management system up and running and get as much into it so we're familiar with it. So when these mandates come into effect, that we have an easy plug and play option for those. So I think that's all I had for the overview of Public Works. I'm available for any questions.
Julian, I got here's the flyer for the second community input meeting about the traffic mitigation, Magnolia Avenue corridor study. Any update on where that is, or is that going to be in the CIP discussion?
That's part of the,
Okay.
I'll touch that in the CIP. Yeah.
Okay. Are there questions of Julian on the improvements or the accomplishments?
I have.
Yeah.
Oh,
Go ahead, Sarah.
Okay, I just had one question, Julian. Thanks for your presentation. You mentioned that you want to implement this new asset management system, and you've identified a software, cloud-based software that you want to use. Has that been accounted for in your budget?
It's actually part of the city's IT master plan, so it's captured in that budget.
Okay, thank you. And what's the cost of it? Do you know?
It's roughly, it's somewhere between $25,000 and $30,000.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm curious, not necessarily part of accomplishments, but just the grant. I think you guys have been pretty successful in getting grants, and I'm wondering how that looks moving forward with, what projections you have or what efforts, what staffing, is going into that right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's many different types of grants. There's some local grants, and as you'll see in the capital improvement program, there's a couple of local grants that we were able to obtain for some of our bike ped projects. Then there are some regional grants that take a little bit more effort, and then there's state grants and there's federal grants, and they all have different requirements. When I talk about Magnolia, there's an opportunity there for a federal grant that we work with a consultant who writes grants to better our opportunity to receive that funding. There's not a whole lot of grants out there anymore for paving streets. So a lot of the grants you see are for alternative transportation, bikeways, pathways, electric vehicle charging stations, things like that. And then, some of them have, some of them are, the federal ones especially have a lot of administrative tasks associated with them. So, Bon Air Bridge was about a $35 million federal grant. It had a whole lot of paperwork. We had a team of engineers in our office writing reports. We've got shelves full of binders from that project. It's all part of the federal reporting system, but on a $35 million project, it's worth the effort to do all that to get the funds. On some of these smaller projects, like the bike path gap infills, the federal funding, it's often you're going to have to spend too much staff time and consultant time to justify getting grants that are, say, less than $1 million. So we kind of look at all of the grants that are out there. How much effort is it going to take to apply for the grant? We just applied for a couple of different grants for the continuation of the Redwood bike path that I showed as one of our accomplishments to keep that bike path going south. We were pretty competitive with one of those grants, but only 20% of the applications that were received actually got funding. And I think we landed like in the top 25%, but not in the top 20%. So some of the grants are a lot tougher to get to, and so as we're busy trying to implement all of these projects, we weigh the kind of the benefit and the time it would take in each different grant that comes in. So
One other question, the office or the space that you use on the TAM Union property, is that I vaguely remember that there's a time limit on how long you can be there, or is that, am I getting that wrong?
the courtyard or
Yeah, the courtyard, yeah.
So every 25 years in the lease, the school district can terminate lease. So it rolls constantly, but and it's a 99-year lease in total. That's due to the education code restrictions. That's actually how that's structured.
But that's not.
You're here 99 years.
No.
Yeah,
it was a couple years before I got
Okay,
there.
okay.
Yeah.
It's not
it
pending.
was a couple years
Okay,
before I got here.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You're gonna beat Dan Hilmer on your.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, no further questions of our Public Works Director. Is there anyone in the audience who has a question of our Public Works Director and his report? Okay, seeing none. It sounds like those are our two updates from departments. And before we do the CIP, shall we have a discussion about the two topics that I heard from my council members? Item number one was the TOT funding question. And the second was the Measure G allocation recommendations. Did I hear any other pieces that you wanted to further elaborate on?
Well, I was just going to recommend that we have the capital improvement
Before we do that?
report, because there's going to be discussion, including what's still coming.
Okay,
So it might make sense to get everything on the table, and then we can
got it.
can mix it up.
Are you prepared to launch into? That would mean we're not actually closing A, we're just moving on to B, which is a review of the proposed capital improvement program.
Yes, I can move right into the.
We do have a handout on that for those who are interested, and should be in the back. and it's also online for those of you who are listening to us online now or later.
Okay, so this is a presentation of the proposed capital improvement program, starting fiscal year 25-26. We present a 5-year program, but in adopting the budget, you will be allocating the funds for the first year of projects only. So we'll be presenting what we envision doing over the next 5 years in projects, and we'll be asking you to allocate funds for fiscal year 25-26. Just quickly start with some completed projects. We already talked a little bit about Niven Park. Here's just a photo of the ribbon cutting day. And so when we complete a project, finance and public works get together. We do a final accounting of all the funds. We close a project out, and if there's any funds left in the project, it goes back to the fund balance. This is a list of all the projects that have been completed this fiscal year or are anticipated to be completed by the end of the fiscal year, June 30th. We already talked about the City Hall renovation study. So that's just the HSR. That's just the historic structures report part of it. Niven Park, we repaved Piper Park parking lot. We did some improvements up on Corte Alejo. That's been an ongoing project to replace a storm drain that was damaged in a landslide many years ago. Redwood Highway Bike and Ped North, pump stations and repairs. So you have a storm drain master plan that identified tens of millions of dollars of need in your storm drain system. This project was to do some of the initial should fix now items at the pump stations. We have a couple of bigger pump station replacement projects that are on ongoing projects that I'll talk about when we get there. But this was just some controls and fixes that needed to take place. And then pavement maintenance. So this is the first year that we're doing preventative maintenance on our streets. So as we've just finished paving our last street, Monte Vista, this year we also did our first year of pavement maintenance. So this is doing repairs and light maintenance treatments to the streets to prolong their life. So if we see areas that are starting to fail, and it's typically in the hills where we have springs under the streets or tree roots, the aim is to get out and repair that area. It makes for a better ride service for the public, but B, once a street starts to fail and you start getting cracks and it gives an opportunity for the water to get in, the failure area will grow exponentially. So we don't want to sit and wait till the whole street needs to be repaved. We want to get on these areas and we want to fix them sooner rather than later. We've also done some crack sealing out on Larkspur Landing Circle and some other streets. And again, the goal here is to try and preserve that investment we made in repaving all of the streets and getting our pavement condition index up. So this was the first year. They're out there right now. I think they were on Heather Way today. They're scheduled to be finished up by June 30th of this year, and then we'll have a similar project next year. Every year we anticipate whether it's slurry seals or more crack sealing or more localized dig outs. We've also been putting some sub drains in some of the areas that we paved. This is mainly Measure C streets and before, so we're doing mainly streets that were paved 6 to 10 years ago. Any failure areas, typically it's a spring or something like that underground, and it's made the pavement fail prematurely. So we're putting sub drains in, which will help that not occur again in the future.
Are we finding that any of the utilities, the water and sewer utility agencies are still collaborating and with their processes? Because are they finding that they need to dig up streets now because they're having additional issues?
For the most part, we worked with all of the utilities throughout the Measure B program, and we shifted
Right.
our streets around and moved them and did some coordinated projects. And the most of the utilities that I have talked to are aware of the 5-year moratorium and they're planning around it.
Okay.
That's other than emergency work. Some of these, like the sewer district has mandates where if there's an issue with something, they have to fix it. They don't have a
Right.
choice for health and safety reasons. And similar, if PG&E have a gas leak, they have to go fix it. They can't put it on a 5-year list, but most of what they had for their long-range capital planning and for upgrades of their system, they worked with us through the system, and they either got there before we paved the street or they have it planned to start in year 6
Got it.
and beyond.
Okay.
So for our ongoing projects, I mentioned the pump stations and the storm drains. That's a really bad storm drain on the left. That's not a shadow, that's a hole. I don't know how deep it goes because the camera wouldn't go any further than that. And the one on the right is a picture from inside Heatherwood Pump Station, which is kind of a remnant from when Larkspur operated the sewers. That's a joint pump station that has sewer and storm drain in it. So as it operates now, RVSD operates the sewer side of it, and we operate the storm drain side. So we have a project now that will split that pump station in two, so we don't have overflows from one to the other, because that's not a good thing. But we're able to do it as a joint project. So this is about a $2 million city contribution to this. It would probably have been 2.5 million or more if we'd have had to go in and do our own project there. So we have some cost savings by doing a joint project with the sewer district. I mentioned before the projects that were completed this year. The next category is projects that have started already and we're going to continue them this year. And there's two different categories of those projects. One is where we're proposing we add new funds this year to an existing project. That's this first category. And the next is projects that started, they just haven't finished, but they don't need any more funding because you allocated the funding in a previous fiscal year, and that money is going to roll over with that project. The capital budget is not like the operating budget where it resets to zero every year. If you authorized a project last year for $2 million, and last year we spent the first million of it, that other $1 million carries over with the project this year, and you don't have to reallocate it again. But these are three projects where we're proposing you add funds. The first is an annual project. So this is bicycle and pedestrian improvements. So every year we add money to this project so that we can do some small bike and ped improvements that aren't big enough to be a full-blown capital improvement program project. But they're too big for our maintenance crews to work into their routine schedule. So for example, this year we're putting up radar feedback signs at 3 places on our bike path. So that's an example of a project that will come out of this capital improvement project. The next is the ongoing storm drain improvement project that was funded with the ARPA funds previously. We have a contractor who started working and he's doing good work, and we have a long list of storm drain improvements that are needed. We've identified a handful of similar pipes to what was in his awarded scope. And so we'd like to add those into the contract and keep going with that contractor. That'll save us from doing a whole new set of contract drawings and going out to bid and postponing the work for another 6 months. And so we're proposing to add Measure G to that project so we can get some more of our storm drains fixed. And the last is repainting metal streetlights up in the Bon Air Hills and Greenbrae. And we're not doing this because we want to change the color. We're doing this because they're old metal streetlights, and they're very rusted, and they're rusted to the point where if we don't address them now, they could become a safety hazard in the future. So last year you allocated $100,000 to start this process. We brought a consultant in. We've had a look at some of the posts, and a lot of them need more than just paint. They need to be stripped down to bare metal. They need new primer, and they need new paint. So to do all of the streetlights that we had identified, we would need another $100,000 in funding. And the funding source for this is recommended as TAM local roads. So that's the county's transportation sales tax money that we get roughly $350,000 a year from TAM. That's our share of the sales tax that goes to each agency for local streets. And that money is eligible to be spent on any part of your roadway network. So asphalt, your curbs, your storm drains, or your streetlights, or your signals. This is a whole list that I won't go through other than I'll just highlight some of the bigger projects. These are all your ongoing projects that you've already allocated funding for in a previous fiscal year. We don't need any more money. We're just going to spend some of the money this year that you've allocated previously. The first is the six library and commons projects. So that's the library, the community space, the access projects, work on Rose Lane, furniture, fixtures for the library. And then moving down, some of these are closer to being finished than others. Railroad storage building improvements. So that's looking at, I'm pretty sure the railroad building is about as full as it can get at the moment. So what this study is going to look at is the building structurally capable of adding a mezzanine so that we can essentially almost double the storage in that building. And then Heatherwood Storm Pump Station's on here. That's one of our bigger projects. I've got the storm drains. The wayfinding is on here. That what came up in the TOT conversation. So this is a project that our employee who's no longer with us was working on. So that's why it's a little further behind than ordinarily it would be. And so the work has started on that. We've reached out. We've got some proposals from companies that do this. They do the design, they do the outreach to engage the community to what does wayfinding sign mean for you. And then ultimately they can also fabricate the signs. So we've got a couple of proposals that are now on my desk to look through for the next phase of that project.
I'm sorry, we haven't signed any of those proposals at this point, is that right?
We have not.
Okay.
No.
Julian, to the railroad building that's over here, I know we're at capacity there. Have we contemplated, and maybe we've done this in the past, renting space in the Greenbrae area where there are so many of those public storage businesses there? Is that possible to do?
Well, I think what we'll do is we'll get the first task for the railroad building is it feasible? Is the
Yes.
building capable of adding the space? And then we'll get a rough order of magnitude cost of what that looks like. And then if that number looks like something that's going to be a challenge for us, then we would start looking at other opportunities.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, Julian, for the railroad building, could you tell me, you said it's at full capacity. What capacity of storage is being used by the city versus the Chamber of Commerce?
That I don't know exactly what the floor area division is.
Do we have kind of a ballpark?
Right now, the building's quite full. So I don't know. I mean, they're taking up a nice little space. So I don't have a percentage, but we need that space right now. And then we're in the process, a lot of things we're storing, we're going through a process to assess what we're legally required to keep and what we can dispose of. Then the goal will be to figure out, as we plan the new library, one of the discussions that still needs to take place with the library director is, are there things you want to retain that can't fit in the building, but we should start to store? During the moves, there's going to be rotational storing.
Would removing the Chamber of Commerce things in the building solve any of the problems that we're trying to solve?
Yes.
Okay.
I would recommend that before we
Build a second
try
level.
to, or even go rent something.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, keep going, Mr. Skinner.
So another big project that you see on here is Larkspur Plaza Drive storm flood wall. Not proposing more money this year, but this will need more money in the future. So far you've funded for the preliminary work. We know this project is right next to the creek. It's going to need a number of environmental permits to move forward. So this isn't a request this year, but in future years, you can anticipate that is likely to be our next big storm drain cost. And then in the Magnolia Avenue corridor study, so our consultants have come up with some concepts of how to address some of the issues that were brought up by the public at our first engagement session. And we also had a forum online for people to submit their concerns with the Magnolia corridor. And again, this is the northern part of Magnolia, so from Doherty to the northern city limits. So the second public workshop to share, we're going to share what the overall public feedback was, what their concerns were on the corridor. And we asked for whether it's bike or ped or transit or vehicles. So in June 3rd, we'll share that. It's at 6 o'clock and it's here in the council chambers. We'll share the public feedback, and then we'll also be able to share what the consultants have looked at as ways to address some of the concerns that have come up. And we're going to fast track a little bit some of this, mainly because there is a grant application that is due at the end of June. And we've identified that one of the improvements that the consultants have identified that would address a lot of the concerns that have come up on the corridor would be a great application for this grant. And it's a federal grant that nobody thinks is going to see another iteration after this one coming up in June. So we're kind of anxious to be able to get everything in a row. So want to have that public engagement. We want to come back and share this plan with the council at the, I believe it's the 18th meeting. We're going to do that, June 18th. So you can see what our plan is for that before we apply for the grant.
And so just so I understand, that's different than the Magnolia pathway at Post Street.
It is, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
So now we're going to move into the new projects. So these are ones you haven't seen before, for the most part. The first you heard about before because it was part of the proposed general fund reserve allocation. So this is looking at building new recreation offices in Piper Park, and the location is shown in the red box here. So it's roughly where the gravel pad is, where the public works trailer sat some time ago. And one of the advantages, as the city manager has mentioned, there's benefit to having the park staff in our major park. But also in looking at a new structure here, we've also identified a couple of neighboring issues that we would like to bring in and address as one project. One is the public bathrooms that are immediately north of where we would build the new rec offices are in pretty bad shape and are at the point where they really need to be replaced. And so what we would look at is building a slightly bigger rec offices that would incorporate new public bathrooms in one end of the building. The other issue is we've had intermittent electrical issues out in Piper Park. And we're not quite sure. Well, we know for one, the service connection that we have is probably a little undersized for having a building there. And there's also some issues with some of the electrical runs that go between where the PG&E services and where the EV chargers are. So we've had numerous public requests to go out and fix chargers. They've had issues in the past, and we've troubleshot a lot of it, and we haven't been able to find out exactly what's caused a lot of the issues out there. But one of the things, naturally, the vendor of the station is saying it's an unreliable power source. So there may be some truth to that. But we know that, there's, we get requests for more EV chargers. These are becoming more and more popular over time. There's 2 dual head stations out there. So there's a total of 4 charging opportunities in Piper Park parking lot. We've been asked to look at more. We know based on what the power does out there now, if we want to add more chargers out there, then we need to upgrade the power. We probably need to upgrade the power if we're going to build a rec offices in that location. So we would want to make sure that we do that one time. Anything with PG&E takes about 12 months. So as the city manager mentioned that we are looking to fast track this project and do a quick build, we can probably build something, design and build something there in 12 months. I don't know that I can get PG&E to make a new service there in 12 months. So that's probably going to be the critical path for the project, but the power more than likely is going to have to be upgraded. So we would look at, if we're going to be upgrading it to suit a new building, we would see what kind of capacity we could build in for adding into the EV charger.
Does it matter that we're planning on upgrading EV chargers to the Central Marin Police building? Because
those, from what I understand, are for their fleet
yes,
vehicles.
but they're going to have to run additional power, I guess, to that building, and we're right next door.
They apparently have power. They don't have to do a new PG&E connection for there. They're creating a sub meter off their existing power.
I got it
somehow.
Okay. Just trying to think of efficiencies. So they're
they don't need, that's why they're able to do their project in a lot quicker time frame, because they don't need PG&E to do their project.
Yeah, also just the public chargers are little more electrical intense than the ones that the police are going to install. They're very similar to what you might have installed at your home. Yeah.
So again, this is an allocation request of $40,000, which is basically to do the feasibility analysis for this, is to look and see if the site is suitable to put a structure. And we're looking at, you know, roughly a little bit bigger than what the current space is, plus the room to accommodate the public restrooms, probably about a 2,000 square foot building or so. But the feasibility of installing that there, and then what the cost would be to upgrade the power and all of those things. And then we would come back and present options and costs for a future discussion. So we're not going to build anything with the $40,000, just to do the engineering analysis that we would need to do to be able to present you with those options.
Julian, sorry for interrupting. I just wanted to ask, as you're doing that study, will you be looking at building sort of net neutral buildings? Is it possible to start researching that possibility too, less reliance on PG&E in the grid?
Yeah, we can make that part of the preliminary effort, as far as they'll give us a cost for the building, and then we can ask for costs for if we want to add solar, we want to make it net zero. We can have all of those costs in a preliminary fashion for the conversation.
Great, thank you.
The next slide is for our next year's pavement preventative maintenance project. So this is going to be our annual project. You'll see something similar to this every year. And I'll show this slide as many times as I can, because this is a highlight from the pothole report, which is the 9-county Metropolitan Transportation Commission areas rating of all the streets in all of the agencies. There's over 120 cities and counties listed, and in the latest one, Larkspur was listed at the top. So we have the best streets in the MTC region. And again, it's bragging rights, but what it really does is it means that now you look at our CIP project for streets for this coming year, it's $1 million. If we were one of the lower streets and we were down in the 60s, I'd be coming to you and asking for $2.5 million just to stay at a 60 or a 70. So when you repave your streets and you get them in this good of a condition, it really reduces your ongoing maintenance. And so we're not taking our foot off the gas just because we've paved everything and saying, look, our streets, we're going out there and we're going to make sure that we protect that investment and that we stay in the 80s for the foreseeable future. And that's a combination of vehicle impact fee, the TAM local roads, and then the RMRA gas tax, which is the SB1 gas tax, the gas tax increase from 9 years ago or so. The next is a new project. So this project was kind of hidden before in that annual bike and ped project that I described. It used to be bike, ped, and ADA improvements. And so what we want to do this year is we want to highlight and emphasize the improvements that we're making towards our ADA transition plan. So a few years ago, well, 10 years ago, the city completed a self-evaluation of our access barriers and came up with a transition plan of how to remove those barriers over a period of time. And so at your next meeting, we'll give you an update on where we've come in the last 10 years on that ADA transition plan. And we're going to have a separate ADA project for when we put curb ramps in, so that we can track those costs moving forward and we can report out on how much we're spending on ADA compliance. And so that's one of the reasons why we've pulled it out of that bike and ped and ADA project, just to better be able to track the costs moving forward. This is the other Magnolia project. So this is actually a project. It's not just a study. This slide is flipped. So north is towards the right. So the big intersection you see at the right, that's Doherty and Magnolia. The dashed lines here are existing class 1 bikeway or pathway within Larkspur. We applied for a Transportation Authority of Marin Safe Pathways to School grant to close the gap. If you're riding southbound on Magnolia on the east side, you cross Doherty, you get to a nice 10-foot wide path, and then it just ends. And then you can either keep going on the sidewalk, you can jump down to a non-ADA compliant path, or you can cross the street. So what this project will do is it will continue the path. It's a gap closure, and it will create a seamless bike path connecting from where that one ends all the way down to Post Street, which is the driveway to where the Lucky's was. And we'll correct that funky sidewalk, crosswalk just before the Lucky driveway, and it'll connect to the pathway that goes behind the strip mall where the bike shop is on the end. And so this is completely funded by the TAM grant. There's no local match required to this. So this is all Transportation Authority, Marin Safe Pathways to School grant. funds.
There's that small grove of redwoods there. Is that going to be impacted?
We're not going to touch the redwoods. We're going to go around the redwoods.
Okay. And there's also that memorial plaque there. We're going to go around that.
Yes.
I like that plaque. That's a pretty cool one. Okay, thanks.
The next is a smaller TAM grant. So we applied for two. One was in their large project category. The other was the small. This would be the smaller one. So this is Doherty Drive, a fairly recent photo here that shows the work that was done a couple of years ago where we repaved Doherty Drive and we restriped buffers for the bike lanes. So this is basically you have a double white line between the travel lane for the vehicle and the bike, and then it has some cross hatching in it. That's a bike buffer, but it's only striped. And so we got a lot of congratulations when we did this because it's an improvement, but we also got a lot of questions as to why didn't you go a step further and put a physical barrier in that buffer area. So we applied for a grant to enhance these buffers with some sort of physical enhancement. We haven't identified exactly what that would be. There's a couple of options that are out there. If you look at, I believe it's Nellen that Corte Madera just finished a project on. They have a buffered bike lane. They put short green bollards in. San Rafael just completed a project and they put what are called armadillos in, which are like, if you remember, back in the day, instead of striping pavements, they used to put dots on them in some areas, which have now been phased out. An armadillo is like a dot that's a little bit higher, and it's a crescent shape or armadillo shape, I guess. So these are placed in that buffer area, and they have two purposes. One is to be more of a presence to give that reminder to the driver, don't drift over into the bike lane. And the other, if they actually do drift over into the bike lane, it's a physical move over. But they're relatively new, so we want to do our research and make sure that we're doing something that conforms with all of the standards. So we have design immunity when we move forward and implement whatever improvements we end up with here. But what we're looking at, what the grant was for physical improvements. Wherever you see these striped, hatched bike lane buffers on Doherty, all the way from the high school up to Magnolia.
And I'm sorry, this is already funded. The grant's been awarded.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
The next is, we mentioned our streets and we paved 25 miles of streets. We have just over 7 miles of pathways. They don't deteriorate quite as quickly as streets do because they don't get that vehicle loading. But the other thing that wears out your streets also wears out your pathways, and that's the weather. So the sun oxidizes asphalt and makes it stiff and brittle and makes it easy to crack. The rain gets into the asphalt, gets underneath it and makes the soil underneath move and causes your pavement to crack. And also tree roots can get into the pavement and cause it. So we do have bike paths that also need repaving, just not as frequent a schedule as streets because they don't have the vehicle loading. And so the one that we've identified that is in the most critical need of repaving is what we call the Creekside Loop. So this is a pathway that goes from Larkspur Plaza Drive and it loops behind Creekside, and then it comes back out onto Magnolia. So we want to repave this pathway in its entirety. And then we will also do some of those spot repairs at some of the other areas where you see this orange paint here. Our inspector's been out on the paths. Any cracks he sees, he's been highlighting in orange to make them a little bit more visible. But that also identifies that we're proposing to fix those cracks with this summer's project. So total repaving of this path and then spot repairs on the others.
Can I thought we had this discussion one time before, but if I recall the conversation that was a private part of Creekside development, use of that was private, or am I
So
wrong?
There's various, so the Creekside Road, which is between there and Magnolia,
Yeah.
is a public street that the
Exactly.
city maintains and has paved. All of the cul-de-sacs and the crescent streets that come off of that, all of the smaller residential streets, those are all private
Private,
streets.
that's,
that
I
the
remember that.
HOA pays to repave and maintain them. The pathway itself is the
Oh.
city's responsibility. Once you get 2 feet out of the pathway, and I've had these conversations numerous times with the HOA, the fence that's there between the pathway and the open space is the HOA's responsibility. So
Okay.
that's where the line is drawn. The pathway is the city's, and the fence that's just outside of that is the HOA's, and then they're also responsible for the open space. It was part of their permitting for getting the
Okay.
subdivision
I
approved.
just remember a council meeting where they had signage or something up years ago that had to be renegotiated, but okay, keep going. I rode my bike on there yesterday, so I was thinking about it.
I just have one quick question too. I was hopeful that this was actually happening on the creek over in Bon Air, but is that the responsibility of the county, Marin? I noticed a lot of these orange marks along that path. Do you know where I'm referring to, Julian?
On the,
Behind Cape Marin, along the rowing club,
yes, so
up to
that,
South Alicio.
that's our path, and that's actually, I believe, the one on the right, that orange mark is on that pathway. So we're not redoing the whole pathway, but we're gonna take care of all the orange marks you see as part of this project. So that's gonna
Okay.
be spot repairs, and then it'll be a candidate for the next round of when we do our next total path repaving.
Okay.
But there are some issues on that path that we will get with this project, yeah.
Okay, so at the time when we go to do the full repave would be the time to talk about, is it possible to create some demarcations for bikes versus pedestrians? Do we ever consider doing that?
It comes up quite often. We do have an adopted bicycle pedestrian master plan, and there was a lot of conversation during the public outreach for that.
Mhm.
About striping pathways and designating areas of pathways for bikes and pedestrians. And ultimately, with very limited exceptions, we've left it open for the most part. The only one that I can think of where we really delineated because of it was very narrow was the new pathway that's just outside of Redwood High School on Doherty, has a centerline stripe and it has a sign that says bikes and peds keep right or left. But that was because it was narrow and it's got a fence on one side and vehicles on the other. And so we were a little bit more mindful about conflicting users. For the most part, on the open paths, the preference we've received from the public is to keep them more natural and don't put a bunch of striping down them and make it look like a street because it's going to make the bikes go faster. But we do from time to time get requests from the public about looking at certain paths and whether it's bikes versus peds or it's dog walkers and their long leash that goes the whole way across the path. We get lots of feedback from the public on rules of the pathways and what we should have.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that, and living over there, we get a lot of fast bikes going through, coming off of the ferry, going home, racing down that path to go out South Alicio. And I hear a lot from my neighbors that, they feel that that would be really beneficial to the use of the path to try to keep people divided. And so,
Yeah, that is something we can look at in the future as a first step to address one of those concerns. That is one of the pathways that will soon get the radar feedback signs. And so they'll be programmed to report the speed back up to 20 miles an hour. As soon as it hits 20, the next message will just be slow down. It will record, so we will know what it is, but we won't have people out there trying to see how high they can get the number. But if you see it flashing slow down, it means the person is going faster than 20 miles an hour. And then we will get data from all of these signs. The next is another annual project that we're proposing similar to the bike and ped, where we're looking at being able to fund some smaller projects that are identified in the case of Bike and Ped, we have a Bike and Ped master plan. We have a climate action plan that has a lot of items in it. There's some big ticket things in there. As you recall, 3 or 4 years ago, we replaced every street light bulb in the city with an LED light bulb. That was a CIP project in of itself, but there's a lot of smaller things in the climate action plan. And so we wanted to set up a project to be able to knock out some of those smaller projects, much like we do with the Bike and Ped projects that are in that annual project. So this is, we've called it sustainability and the climate action plan implementation. We're proposing $50,000 from the general fund reserve. And this is to do a lot of those smaller scale, whether it's, there's a grant opportunity out there and we want to add a couple of EV chargers, or we want to put the PG&E in to connect new chargers, or energy efficiency, sustainability, cool pavement, all of those things that are identified in there that wouldn't be a huge project and a standalone. But again, these are things that are, when we look at our maintenance crew and what they're doing in their routine maintenance, when I try to put one of these in the project, I'm looking months out on the calendar. And then if we get a storm, then it gets moved out another month. So this is trying to move stuff up in the priority order, so it'll have a better chance of being completed.
I'm sorry,
rather than later.
Julian, before you leave that slide, just so I understand, there's no specific plan for that 50,000 at this point. It's more of a, let's put it in the fund, so when things come up, we'll have money for it. We won't have to ask for it.
Yeah, it's I suspect we'll treat it the same way that we do with the Bike and Ped, which is if we get a number of concerns and public comments about an issue that's in the Bike and Ped plan, then we will move that forward for consideration of part of this funding. So an example is the radar feedback signs. As the e-bikes became more prevalent, we got more and more complaints about speeding bikes. And so we funded the radar feedback signs out of that. The other thing that can elevate a project is if there's a grant out there that says we're going to pay $80,000 for bike lockers. If you put $10,000, that might be a great way to spend 10,000 of those dollars, because it gets us $80,000 of grant money. So it's the requests that come in, and it's grants that present an opportunity to leverage those funds, or what would elevate us to use that money for a project.
So basically, we're pre-approving that at this point, so that when those things come up, you don't have to come back and ask us for it. Is that accurate?
Correct. And these are all projects mostly of a small nature, so they're not big enough to come and ask your approval for a big CIP project. They're things that are in adopted plans. So for the Bike and Ped, they're in the adopted Bike and Ped master plan as things that you've seen that the plan said we should implement as funds are available. These will be things that are in that climate action plan that you've looked at and adopted and said, this is things we want to implement. And that plan has a high, medium, and low range that will help us pick out some of the projects, as well as some of those grant opportunities that may be available.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just want to add, and I want to thank staff for working on this idea of how to capture what. One of the things we were struck by at staff in the last year and a half public discussion is we kept hearing we aren't spending money on sustainability, and we were sort of going, wait, we've been spending a lot of money on sustainability, so we're confused. And we realized we didn't really have anywhere in our budgetary program system to readily put a spotlight on. So this setup lets us do that. What we've been doing is absorbing a lot of our sustainability work in our operating budget. And this will do a much better job of allowing the assistant city manager, Shannon O'Hare, to work with Public Works and make sure people are really seeing what we're doing.
Okay, the next slide is just a summary of all of those projects I showed you. This shows the funding. So that allocation column is what, with the proposed budget, we would be asking you to allocate from each of those different funds for the 25-26 program. And then over on the right column, I've got the fund balance. So we're asking for $140,000 of gas tax this year. There's a balance of 767. Again, some of these funds have some pretty healthy balances because we were using the bond proceeds to pay for all of the paving work. So the vehicle impact fee and the gas tax and the RMRA gas tax have primarily been paying for staff time and the consultants on all those paving jobs. Whereas all the actual paving work was paid for with the bond proceeds. So that's why some of those accounts have some healthy balances. And then there's nothing new here. This is just kind of everything I went over with pictures. This is just all the numbers. So this is just mirroring what's in your staff report. So if there's any questions with a specific project, I can flip to one of these slides to show the funding allocations. It just shows the funding by the funding source. And then again, this is a 5-year CIP. I focused a lot on what we're going to ask you to allocate in the coming fiscal year. The last few slides here show the years 2 through 5 in the program and what we anticipate coming forward with that you would see next year. So you can see I penciled in here the 1.5 million for if we move forward with the rec offices. That's actually not quite right because we'll be looking for that this fiscal year if we move forward with the project, but I wanted to capture that in the total cost. And then moving through some of the park projects coming up, and then just continuing with our paving project moving forward. And there you see our multi-year projects. That's the ADA one with a $50,000 allocation throughout all the future years. And then lastly, the last slide here is our unfunded projects. So these are not in any order other than I had a list when I started here and I've just kept adding on to it. So this is $113 million in projects that have been identified as a need at some point in the past, however, 15. So I assume maybe somebody started this list in 2015. These are the list of all the projects that have come up and they've been vetted to some degree. I don't put everything on this list. There are some other ideas that have been floated about that aren't really feasible for ever coming to fruition. But for the most part, these are things that have been vetted to a certain degree. And if there was a grant program or if there was funding, there would be some movement to progress these projects. So you see a whole range on here. You see City Hall renovation with a price tag based on the last study we had done. There's the remainder of your storm drains. There's the 2 fire stations. These are the old numbers. I haven't updated them. I know the fire district has had some studies done on their stations. You've got an expansion of the library, all kinds of things on this list. So we don't actually put these in the 5-year plan and assign a year to them because we don't know that these have any year certain. So we leave them on a separate unfunded list. And then when it looks like funding is going to materialize, then we actually move them into the 5-year plan. So I think that was the last slide.
Magnolia Avenue South corridors.
Yes.
So
we're just now completing
wait, let me-
Magnolia Avenue North study.
let me finish my question
Oh,
though, because, yeah, I know we're doing that one, but I thought our promise was to the South Magnolia neighborhoods was we were going to them next. Did I recall that wrong?
The council's saying they want to do something.
Yeah,
And the council's saying how to pay for it are not the same thing.
right.
So it's unfunded because the council has yet to tell us how to pay for that.
Yeah,
So it doesn't mean we don't have the money. You don't want to interpret it that way.
I know.
Right? But so.
So you said we're almost done with the North Magnolia one.
Correct. So part of not putting the South on is if we get momentum and it looks like we're going to get this grant, then there are efforts that will be needed to be undertaken to take the next steps on the North. And that may push the study on the South. And so it's part of the evaluation every year when we look at the funding and what we have staff capacity to do and what there's funding for. I go through this entire list and this year we decided that we're having just wrapped up the North, and if there's anything we need to do, we may want to get together with the consultants and talk about lessons learned through this process. So when we do it on the South, we come with a different approach. So we didn't want to roll right into the South. We wanted to take the year off, see what happens with the grant for the North, and come back potentially next year and do the South.
Okay. Thank you. This was very comprehensive. We've been asking questions all along the way, but are there additional questions that have sprung up?
I just have a data request maybe for next time. If you could work with Miss Gabrielle on the general fund. So right now we've got 140,000 coming out of the general fund reserves. But one of those projects is the Piper Park, which could potentially be 1.5 million. So right now it's only in here for 40,000. It'd be helpful to see just what's happening in the general fund reserve. That would be very helpful. Because the 140 seems small, 140,000, but it can mean a lot more. And I'd just like to understand what's happening with the reserve. Thanks.
Madam Mayor?
Sure.
I just, it may be appropriate. I know we have some questions about the mobile generator. No, that wasn't spoken about, but I think that's in,
That's in the Measure G allocation.
right, but I think there was some discussion we wanted to have, and I think Mr. Skinner, it's probably within his expertise that we may have some questions about that and alternatives. So maybe it would be appropriate while Mr. Skinner is sitting there that we have that portion of our conversation.
Okay, so hold on just a second. Any other questions other than that particular one that comes? Okay, so the question goes then back to the Measure G allocation that was recommended, which was of the 8 things that were recommended, one was the purchase of a emergency generator. And there was a question whether that emergency generator purchase is necessary. So is that your question?
No, I know the vice mayor brought this up as a topic, and I just know that this is right in Mr. Skinner's
Yeah.
area, so it might be a good time to
So
talk about it.
explain the use of the emergency generator as indicated.
Right. So as part of the previous presentation, I mentioned the storm drain master plan. So one of the recommendations that came out of the storm drain master plan was for having backup power at our pump stations. And so 2 of our pump stations have permanent backup power. The other 4 pump stations have a hookup connection that's designed for a mobile generator to be driven up and hooked up to the pump station to run it in the event that the PG&E power fails. We don't own a mobile generator, so what we have been doing is renting them when needed. We have an arrangement with a rental company in the East Bay that has a generator that is big enough to run the Bon Air pump station. That over the winter, if they get down to their last generator, they will call us and say, I only have one left. Do you want it? And at that point, we have to rent it or roll the dice and hope we don't need it. So we don't have to pay standby per se, but we've had fairly decent access to a generator if we need it. It is across the bridge. It is, in the East Bay. So it does take some time to go and get it. And in the middle of a storm, it's sending one of our workers out in storm event, across to the through traffic in a storm to get a generator. So there are potential issues with that arrangement. We've only once actually gone and got the generator. There's been a handful of storms where we've called to make sure it's there, but haven't pulled the trigger to go get it, either because the indication from PG&E has been that the storm is going to be shorter, or the weather forecast is such that we know the rain is going to end. But there was one event where we had no certainty from PG&E and there were more storms coming in. We went and got the generator. It's about $1,000 a day. It does get cheaper if you keep it in the long range. So it's $6,000 or $7,000 if you have it for a month, which when we had it before, we kept it there for a month, mainly because we needed it for about 5 days because of the storm. At that point, we'd almost paid for a month. So we just kept it for a month. And being that it's mobile, we're able to take it to whichever of the pump stations. It just so happened that Bon Air is our biggest pump station, and that's the one where we had the need that time.
And is it anticipated that there are potentially other emergency needs for that? Should there be, let's say, a public safety power shutdown and we need to run the lights and the HVAC in this building for safety reasons for the public, other than a storm related?
So not this building. This building has a partial generator feed from the fire station. But as you recall, the library project initially had a piped gas generator built
Right.
in. That was removed from the project, but we reserved the opportunity to have a generator connection
Right.
for powering that building in the event we needed to. The library and community space has a battery backup and solar built into it, so it will run the basic circuits in the building in the event of a power failure. Those batteries will not run the HVAC system. So if we had bigger power needs for the library, it could be a potential use there, as well as the other 4 pump stations that also have mobile connections.
So in that circumstance, we negotiated the use of batteries reserve as opposed to a diesel generator. In this circumstance, you're talking about a spontaneous need in an emergency situation, a power outage, a pump failure, a major 7.9 earthquake that damages electrical supplies or something, only for an emergency purposes, for something like that. And it seems like the county also went through this whole discussion that for health and safety reasons, a backup diesel generator was the only option at the time for this circumstance.
Yeah, so there's 2 components to backup power, right? There's it's annoying, the lights went out,
Yeah, yeah.
PG&E doesn't work.
But health and
That's-
safety.
That's what the batteries are primarily going to do. They're going to get the low loads in the building. They're going to keep your lights on if PG&E goes out for 5 minutes, things like that. What a generator will do is it will run the bigger loads in your building. It will keep your building running for longer. So for example, in the library, the total load for that building, I think is about 180 kilowatts. The batteries there will do about, I think it's a 30 kilowatt inverter. These pump stations are, Bon Air is a 175 kilowatt generator that we roll up to that station. It's the biggest of them. I think Redwood needs about 125 kilowatt generator. So these are big industrial units. And I saw there was public comment about bidirectional and a lot of other solar applications. Those are more on a residential scale. They're much smaller than this. I think you can maybe get like 10 kilowatts from a lot of those systems. This is almost 10 times that amount of power. And so generators can be messy. Generators need servicing. If there was another way to bring that amount of power cleanly to these locations, we would be doing that. But we've talked to RVSD, we've talked to the county, we've talked to Novato. They all have big pump stations. They're all struggling with the same issue, but they've all landed on, if they've determined they need backup power at this facility, they've all gone with diesel, whether it's renewable diesel or clean diesel or biodiesel. They've all landed to date on diesel backup generators for emergencies.
So the risk of not having one, let's say in an emergency where there's a big storm coming and the pump station needs to be functioning because there's water draining off the hillside, there's a high tide level, et cetera. The risk of not having that is we flood streets, we flood our sewer lines, we flood homes potentially because the water is not being pumped out. So potentially near the Bon Air Bridge, the whole Hillview neighborhood may have water intrusion into home sites, et cetera, without being pumped out is a potential.
Yeah, I mean, about a third of the Hillview neighborhood is in the flood zone.
Right.
So if there was a big storm event, and especially if there was a big storm event and a high tide, and the pump station wasn't working, then the storm drains would back up into that subdivision.
Which
correct?
we've had
And-
problems with that before.
Yeah, and then Bon Air Road would start to fill up with water too.
Right. Okay. Were your questions?
No, so Julian, help me out. I'm calculating if we leased it for a month a year, we'd probably be able to lease it for about 20 years for the cost of buying it, which is probably more than the life of the pump. So economically, it does make sense to buy it if we could reliably have it available to us to rent in the case of an emergency. So the real question is if there's a storm coming or there was, you know, I guess in your experience, in your opinion, if we say, you know what, first sign of trouble, we're ready to rent it for a month, can we rely on that? Or are you suggesting, you know what, because we have to take it over the bridge, it's safer just to have our own, and it's worth being economically inefficient so that we have the extra level of safety?
Yeah, I mean, there's variables there in how much extra safety do you want. At the moment, what our past practice has been is in a storm, we have 6 maintenance workers and they work on 12-hour shifts. So we have 3 people responding to emergency events. So part of the do I want to send somebody out on a 3-hour trip to get a generator is that person's already busy doing a whole lot of things. And also the cost. So we at the moment have been trying not to get the generator if we don't have to. We could increase our level of safety and say, oh, there's wind, there's rain coming, we're gonna just get the generator, and instead of spending $5,000, I spend 20,000. So there's a sliding scale.
But even
The-
even if you spend 20, even if you say the entire winter we're going to rent it at 7,000 a month, you're still looking at 10 years before it, you know, pays for itself in the sense that, does it have that kind of life? And then you talk throwing money in for maintenance and things like that. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out. I clearly I want our city to be safe, but does it make sense in your mind to drop that kind of money so that we have a generator sitting in a closet somewhere when we need it, as opposed to having to go get it?
If I owned a house that was in an area that was going to flood, then I think it would give me a peace of mind to know that the city had a generator in its backyard, as opposed to had to go across the bridge and get it. If we were to rent it for the entire winter, I mean, we've had bad storms in October, we've had bad storms in March, so you're looking at about 5 months worth of rental that you would pay. So what's that? 5 years to buy a new one. And then the other thing with rentals is we get them in an emergency and we usually run them for a week and, maybe keep them for a month because we already paid for the month and we send it back. Anybody who's had a rental car, they're not always kept in the great shape. And so, there's the potential that we could have issues with a rental and then we'd have to send it back. It's not ours to work on and things like that. So, the other component is that in moving these from pump station to pump station, each pump station has a different draw. And so it uses the generator slightly differently. And so we'd be more able to make the adjustments we need to do to the generator if it was ours versus if it's a rental. They're going to have a lot of the components locked out. It's not going to be as flexible.
What is the lifespan of a generator?
I don't know. When we priced these out, we were looking at used models, and there were some that were in the 15-year age that were still pretty hefty. So I'm guessing they have a pretty good long life. It probably depends somewhat on how much they're used too. I mean, you have to exercise them every so often to make sure that they keep running. But I think
So it's 150 for a used generator?
No, the 175 is
Oh,
the 175 was the price for a new one when we priced it out 6 months ago. The used ones we were looking at were all over 100.
Okay, thank you.
I want to follow up on Councilmember Candel's questions. I think, as we think about the economics of this, certainly clean energy is evolving very rapidly. And so while there may not be technology today that can pump out 180 kilowatts, that you need, it's certainly coming. MCE, I was at an MCE meeting and they're looking at, hydrogen energy, and that is actually, the technology is there, and they're actually they're trying to supply, the technology is available, but they're trying to figure out how much demand. And so right now it's very expensive, but once they figure out how much demand, that the price of the technology is going to come down. And so my question is, are we spending a lot of money on technology that is going to be obsolete in a few years? I think that, does it make sense for us to rent when we need it? And, if you need to go out, if we're gonna have a storm next week, have you authorize you to go out and just rent something. And, we wait for the technology. The other thing I know too is the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, I can't remember all the acronym, but anyways, they're going to be banning fossil fuel generators by 2033. And so again, are we buying something that is, going to be obsolete, and we're going to be, and there are also, from what I understand, risks to storing the diesel fuel because it's flammable, and then you have to service the generator every so often. There are issues also with just keeping it on site. So, anyways, so I guess that's my question to you is, do you, as we weigh the economics of this, but also, in terms of how rapidly the technology is changing, and also what some of the requirements that are coming down from the regional, from some of the regional air quality, regional districts, is this, in your opinion, would it be, would it be better for taxpayers? Could we achieve the same result, in terms of providing, services to our residents during times of storm, without having to spend this amount of money today?
Yeah, I mean, I can't predict where the technology is gonna go and then how readily available these items will be. One thing I do know is that they're still in very high demand. In fact, if you gave the authorization with this year's budget to purchase one of these, we wouldn't have it for 18 months. That's how much of a backlog there is in getting these generators. So, there's the other option that you could look into is, you could have an understanding that we're a little bit more flexible in our rental of the generator, and those short-term costs will go up. But they're obviously, if you're renting, it's a throwaway, and we can come back and see where everything is at this time next year, see where the technology is, how much did we actually spend on the, on the rental, and how much did we use it?
Okay, I think
Well,
we're getting.
Sorry, one last question. Do you have opinion as far as when it is no longer allowed in California? I assume there's still, you said that the used ones are still going for $100,000, and 49 other states allow it. It seems like it would still have some resale value. Would you agree with that?
Based on how things are today, I believe if we bought one, it would have resale value. I don't know what the market will look like and what the regs would be 5 years from now. I couldn't say.
Thank you.
Okay, so are you going to say something?
I will, but if you want to move on,
I want to
Madam
move
Mayor, I'll
on.
be quiet, but I will tell you, I am the risk manager of the city, and I don't agree with this conversation. This is not how a risk manager would talk about this. If the council's willing to accept the risk, because that's what I hear, of having a system where we rent based on storms and no other disaster preparedness, then we can do that. But you should make that decision in the context of risk. So you should think of this as insurance. There's $150,000 of insurance to protect a significant asset, which is part of the community. We could do it the rental way you're describing. We can wait around for different technologies to come along. But I think getting into that type of discussion is obscuring what the public policy question is, which is what's the best way for the next several years to give your staff the tool to protect the public.
Sarah has a comment?
I do have a comment, because what I just heard from Julian Skinner was that we wouldn't even get it for 18 months. So what I'm hearing is not only is our cost $150,000 to purchase a mobile generator, but we would have to actually rent on top of that if we have a storm event. So to me, the best way for risk prevention is to take what's available to us through a rental agency that we know we can get today
as we need it.
Okay, again, I feel an obligation on behalf of my role in the city to say you're focusing on one type of highly predictable occurrence.
Right.
Storms. What happens if the storm comes 2 weeks after an earthquake has significantly damaged the infrastructure in the Bay Area? And we don't have the ability to go get the generator. I realize that sounds extreme, but I'm your risk manager, and I actually know I made Mr. Skinner and others attend it on Tuesday, and our risk manager advisor said, think of the most extreme case first, and then work your way backwards. You have to just decide if you're comfortable with that. But if you keep focusing just on, at some point, the technology is going to get better, we'll just be waiting.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, we're reaching 20 minutes of 10, and I think we have a few more things to discuss because this is a big budget issue that we're dealing with.
I
But
think we need some direction on
Yeah.
all of
Right.
these.
I think we need a conclusion on, let's just conclude on this one.
I agree. Let me finish what I was saying. There's two sort of main topics that were brought up. This is number one with the Measure G allocation of the, and you asked for some clarification from him. Do you feel like you got the clarification of the question?
Yes.
Okay. And then you asked for some clarification. Do you feel like you got that? So it sounds like we are being asked among ourselves in this discussion whether the recommendation of Measure G recommendations, the one that has stood out the most was the $150,000 to purchase a mobile generator. And it sounds like there are some concerns about that. So I think the best thing for us to do would be to reach consensus on this. Would someone like to propose either an allocation of this as recommended by staff or a removal of this item?
Let me give my thoughts on this if I can.
Sure.
Thank you for answering all my questions. I sometimes ask critical questions to try to get to the bottom of the answer, but it doesn't necessarily mean that's what I'm going towards. If you want to know my position on this, if we have $200,000 and we are choosing between wayfinding signs and a generator that's going to help us in an emergency, and we are trying to be responsible stewards of our community, I don't see how that is even a question. I could not possibly justify spending $200,000 on pretty signs to help people find the ice cream store when we're choosing not to buy a generator to help us in an emergency. So while I am trying to get behind, understand the whole finances of it, at the end of the day, you said very early in the meeting, our primary job is public safety.
Yeah, yeah.
And this is a public safety issue. And I have heard that, there's situations when it could be a public safety issue where we wouldn't have access to it. And because of that, I think it's worth the investment. So thank you for letting me, go on. At the end of the day, that's probably where I land on this.
Okay. Gabe, any?
No, this was a great discussion, and I think the concerns in order of importance to me are the safety and the insurance factor. I think I agree. On the financial side, I'd love to see a little more in the numbers, but I have to believe this is there is a depreciation or resale value. I don't know that's going to be driving for me. And then on the environmental side, this is not a generator that'll run all year. I mean, this is really for maybe a week or 2 or 3, and having that backup. And again, for all the various scenarios, not just flooding, that we might need it. I'm also in favor of getting it. So.
Okay. Anybody have a countering opinion, or do we have?
Yeah, I think that, I think the clean technology is going to be improving very rapidly. And I think that this is going to be obsolete technology very quickly. And if it seemed to me like once in the last, I don't know how many years, we actually went and got this generator. So I think, there are, I would go for the option where, we could rent this if we needed it. And that, when the clean technology becomes available, we can purchase it. And it doesn't even sound like one's even available for us to purchase at this point anyways. So I think, again, I feel that for the environment, I do think that public safety is important, but I also feel that there is a solution for that, which is what we've been doing for the past, it seems like we haven't owned a mobile generator, and it hasn't been an issue. I have to say that I talked to the city of San Anselmo, and in the last, I think I said this during the library conversations, the whole reason that they're putting solar and battery on their city hall is because the last emergency they had to get a generator, and they were running around. They had staff running around trying to get diesel to put into the generator. So, I see it as, we may be spending taxpayer dollars on something that, may be obsolete in a few years. And I think that, there is an option, and which has worked for us. And I would say that we could continue to do that.
So I don't think we're reaching consensus on this because I think I know your opinion. So it sounds like what we need to do is actually just vote on this one to see where our direction is for the staff, because we're not really reaching a 5-0 consensus on this. Everybody feel comfortable with that? It's not a resolution. So the recommendation by the staff and Measure G recommendation are 1, 2, 3, 4 different recommendations. We don't have any disagreement apparently on 3 of the 4, but the $150,000 to purchase a mobile generator seems to be causing some of our discussion. So I would move that we adopt the Measure G recommendations per the staff and include the $150,000 to purchase a mobile generator as recommended.
I'll second that.
So we have a vote? Do we need to do a roll call for something like this, Allison, or what do you think? Okay, all those in favor of that motion?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed?
Yes.
Nay. Yes. So it went 3-2. So our recommendation is by a 3-2 vote to do the recommendation of Measure G purchases as outlined by the staff.
And I'm sorry, quick question, Julian, do we put the entire 175 down?
150.
And, well, I think that was from 6 months ago, so maybe more than that at this point, but do we put a deposit down? How does this work?
So I was going to suggest we'll report back with the final budget. I'd like to find out if we need to get in line, can we cancel the order? We do that a lot in the police authority, where we put ourselves in line and then technology moves and we cancel the order. So that might be an option here. So we'll report back, because certainly if the lead time to place the order is so far out, we might find out in 18 months we don't want to make the purchase.
So other than that specific thing that we've been discussing now, were there any other measures that were presented by Amelia or by Julian that you want further discussion other than the TOT funding?
And the only other thing I would like to talk about is the wayfaring signs. I mean,
Okay.
I know when we originally approved that last year, we were in a different budgetary situation than we are this year.
Okay.
And if we are going to be prioritizing, I'm not sure that I would see that as one of our highest priorities. That if something has to go, that may be the one that has to get put over, unless staff says we already spent a chunk of that money.
Okay. And
Yeah. So that, just to remind you though, that came out of the fund balance of the TOT fund. So
That's fine.
so any other ones other than those 2 that have been brought up? Don't see any others. So the TOT discussion, you want to lead that?
Sure.
And what page, let's see, what page was that on? You had broken down, Amelia, you had broken down into 4 different spending components of that, and I can't find it now. It was, there were 4 or 5 different things the TOT funds were going to be allocated to. 4th of July parade.
it's on the same memo, the
Okay.
special funds memo. It's the last section.
Okay.
So there's
I'll
4.
get my computer out. I only printed out certain pages.
There's 4 items proposed
Okay.
for the money, 15,000 for the 4th of July parade, the council has historically budgeted
Okay.
the 4th of July parade from the TOT fund.
And what was the next one?
$50,000 for a new or a renewed agreement with the Chamber of Commerce.
Okay.
As a reminder, last year, the council augmented the allocation of the chamber with money out of this fund's balance, its excess funds. And then promotional activities for this that the city conducts, 25,000. That includes all the electronic promotional material we do, the professional photographers
Yeah.
we retain. We've started to talk about hiring people to do drone footage of parts
Right,
of the
right.
city, all that stuff. And then lastly, we're seeing a real uptick from our business community and our nonprofits of asking for partnerships and sponsorships. And so we were proposing parking 28,500, which is the balance of what we project the revenue to be, to give us the ability to be more proactive in those requests. And that runs the gamut. We have business entities that come to us sometimes with ideas for small events. We have some of the nonprofits that support us, like the Wrecking Crew, sometimes I think would be looking for some
Right.
collaboration. The Larkspur Community Foundation brings us some excellent projects that they could use some help with that could come out of this fund if we saw it tie appropriately to our business districts, which a lot of the things they've been bringing us, for example, art into
Right.
business districts. So having an allocation that we could draw from would be helpful.
Okay, so of the TOT budget funds, those recommendations in those 4 categories, 4th of July parade, the chamber, promotional materials, and marketing and collaboration with other agencies. Of those, what's your conversation about?
My thought is, last year when the chamber came to us, we gave them additional money, and the idea was they were going to become self-sustaining.
Right.
I have talked to some different parts of the business community, which are less enthusiastic with the way the chamber has performed over the past year, over their business areas. And I think it would be better for us to take that 50,000, put it into the fund with the other 28 for business projects. And if the chamber wanted to come to us and say, hey, they have a project, they want to do a wine stroll, whatever they want to do, we can consider them on a project by project basis as opposed to giving them a blank check for $50,000.
Have we gotten any report from the chamber on any of the use of that last year's TOT funds, the 50, I think we did 80 last year or 75.
75.
Have they reported out on what the use of those funds has been for to us? I don't recall a report out.
Well, your arrangement doesn't require them to give you a report out specifically on the use of funds.
Okay.
They come and tell you that generally how their activities are going. The longstanding sort of agreement that's been sort of verbal above the written agreement is, this is to help sustain the chamber, have
Right.
the chamber's general operating budget work until such time as their revenue streams can help to defray their costs.
So you're proposing that the 50,000 that we would use as a sort of a blank check to the chamber goes instead into our other category, marketing and collaboration category. If that's how you termed it, marketing.
We
collaboration?
put community activities and
Community activity.
sponsorships. Yeah.
And then if, let's say, the chamber wants to hold an event that's going to cost them $25,000 estimate, they would come individually and request an allocation, or would you like it to be an administrative thing where the city manager has the authority to allocate?
Would the city manager like that authority? I don't know.
I was comfortable with it for some of these sort of what I would call smaller grant opportunities with our nonprofit partners. But I do think as we move more to the type of larger community events that the chamber has been embracing, I do think through maybe the chamber liaison, there needs to be some process for the council to be a sounding board, because as you voice, sometimes the business community is not all in agreement about how some of these.
Right. And my concern is that the chamber is supposed to be representing the entire business community. And I've heard from people, whether it's, from Bon Air area,
Yeah,
that,
yeah, I
or down to, the different areas just don't feel like they're being represented, and they may want to put on an event for their particular area. And the chamber is not a branch of our governmental entity. I think they should be treated like other entities, that if they want funding for some event, they're welcome to ask for it just like anybody else
So
would.
your proposal is to move that line item of the 50,000, that's line item to the chamber, and move that down to the collaboration and marketing. I keep calling it collaboration and marketing category, which
Correct.
is at 28, community support, which is already at 28,000,
Right.
about 28,000.
Right.
Do people have concerns or questions about that proposal?
Well, I mean, so are you saying that you don't want to, you don't want to fund any of their activities, or do you want them to come to us and ask us on a?
I
what
don't
was
want to
your-
give, I don't want to give them a blank check
Uh-huh,
and
right.
say, hey, go do whatever you want with it, because the feedback that I've received is that they're supposed to be representing the entire business community, and it may not
Right.
be as effective. So I think that there are maybe other groups in our business community which want to put on whatever events that they want to put on, that should have equal access to that funding as the chamber. The chamber shouldn't have a monopoly on funds for events, more than any other group that would put on a similar event.
Okay, so if it goes into this other community
support.
activities
Yeah.
and sponsorship, then we would just treat them as any other.
Correct.
Um,
And then they're welcome to apply for it, and we can give them grants or do community projects with them.
Right.
But we would just consider it on a case-by-case basis.
I mean, I would be fine with that, although I do think that the chamber does rely on this funding, and they have relied on it, I think, for the past several years. So I think it might be worth a conversation with them before we move the money, or before we change, how we allocate.
process?
Yeah, before we change the process and how we allocate funds, that maybe we should have a conversation with the chamber.
I'd be fine with that.
Okay, great.
So how does that fit with our recommendation for finalizing this, if they want to hold off on that?
Well, I think given the timing, we'll keep the budget proposal with the 50,000 parked there, but we will wait before any allocation occurs, and the budget can be changed once all the dust settles on the conversations.
And I think we can have that with them, since you're the chamber rep and I'm a backup one. Okay. Were there other things that highlighted in the CIP or the preliminary budget that stood out for you that you want to discuss? We've gone through the Measure G allocation, the TOT discussion.
The only other thing I had was the wayfaring sign.
That's right. You
That-
did. I
that-
wrote that down.
If we are really trying to be fiscally conservative, I'm not sure that we could justify that in this year's budget.
So remind me, this was approved last year's budget and line itemed, and remind me of how we did this.
Yeah, so this was part of last year's capital improvement program allocation. You allocated $200,000 of business enhancement funds, which is the 10% of the 10% TOT.
It's the TOT fund.
Yeah. That is a line item, and it was for wayfinding signs
Yeah, yeah.
throughout the city. And we started doing some staff work. We went out to get proposals, and that's as far as we've gone. We haven't signed any contracts. No contractors, consultants have worked on the project, so there's
So money hasn't
a
been
handful of
spent.
staff time that's been spent. to date.
Okay. So if there's a council member who would like to change and not move further with that already allocated CIP budgetary item, how do you suggest we manage that?
Well, because we haven't signed a contract, the council has an opportunity to amend the CIP and defund that particular project. That's essentially the cleanest and fastest way to do it. We could move the project to the unfunded category, which would be the council saying we'd like to do this someday, but it's not funded anymore.
And how does that affect our overall processes? We don't necessarily take that, if we take it to the unfunded, we don't necessarily add it back to the general reserves.
So this money was pulled out of the fund balance of the TOT or Business Enhancement Fund. And we would seek your direction, but probably propose flowing it back to that fund balance. So it would, one of the discussions the council may want to have, I'm kind of hearing from particularly from the discussion you just had, is what you may or may not want to do with that fund balance. It built up for two reasons. The chamber went almost dormant and we weren't spending any money on the chamber for several years, about 8-9 years ago.
Right.
And then also with COVID, some of the things we normally would have done with the money paused. And so I don't have the number in front of me, but my recollection is there's a nice 6-figure number in there and you'd be putting 200,000 back. So at some point we should have a discussion about what to do with that fund balance.
But so not acknowledging what you're saying, but we don't have to do that right now. I mean, we can say,
Well, it'd be helpful to staff to hear if the council's interested in putting a pause on that project. The best thing to do would be for us to amend the CIP to say it's not funded anymore.
how does everybody think about that?
Yeah, I just want to bring it up for discussion.
Yeah.
See what people thought.
Yeah, I just have a question about it, because I thought Councilmember Candel's concern was our, tight budget this year. But what I'm understanding is that if we unfund that project or pause that project, that money doesn't get to be applied to our structural deficit of 160K. It has to go back into the TOT.
Yes, but so, these three funds we highlight every year because you made them up. You created them by policy. You could tomorrow say we don't want to have a TOT fund anymore. And all that money could go wherever you want it to go. There's no legal constraint on that. You constrained it, or your predecessors did, by policy. And you can undo anything by policy. That's your prerogative. So you could also say that it's great that the fund built up a fund balance, but given our financial situation, I'm inclined to pull a certain amount of that fund balance out and use it for something else. That's you having a discussion about priorities.
So when with Vice Mayor Andre's request to have the more of a assessment of the different funds that we have, we can have this conversation about pausing that or moving that at that time? Or would you like some consensus of we're just going to pause that one for now? Sounds like
Well, I mean,
I'm getting tired.
next
That's what
on
I'm making.
June,
I'm rambling.
On June 4th, you'll be asked in a public hearing whether you approve the CIP.
Yeah.
So you could tell us tonight to show that project with no funding, or you could tell us to bring it as is, and you can decide on June 4. You decide when you want, but if this is a question you want to resolve, you need to resolve it.
Just two thoughts, and I think the hour's getting late. One is generally signage. We're going through this with the smart board too. It feels like, kind of non-essential. But then I look at the 11 parks and how amazing that signage is. I think it's really dressed up in a surprising way. I always think it's just given us a facelift. So I almost feel like I need to go back and look at what signs we're building. Like, is it just to the ice cream shop, or is it something that may add? And then I think it's a fairly small amount, and you want to be prudent, but we're not at the point where we have to be saving our pennies. So if there is some value at all, I would be inclined to do it while we have the money. If it looks like on second glance, like, yeah, this wasn't well thought through, then I would pull back. But for me, I'd wanted to delay and just do a little research, and by next meeting, I would know for myself. Yeah.
So what I heard about the TOT funds is, for instance, we have all these, road improvement projects on Magnolia that are potentially unfunded. We could potentially use some TOT funds, because ultimately TOT funds go back into the general reserve fund, correct? Other than the 15 or 10% here that we've held behind.
So TOT, transient occupancy tax, flows to the city as unrestricted money.
Right.
We can decide.
You restricted it by policy.
Right.
You are always able to temporarily or permanently change your
Right.
policy.
So I guess the right way to look at this is it could be used towards other CIP projects depending on how we want to prioritize,
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
So it's not just limited to, what are the 4 categories that we just saw, for the 10%. So maybe we do need a broader discussion of the CI, that versus all the other projects
Well, and
that
I
are in
think
the
there's
CIP.
probably a good argument that, for example, some of the projects on Magnolia have a business enhancement element to them, and maybe moving it to a CIP that's on Magnolia is quite justifiable and within the parameters of the policy that you already have. I mean, that's another possibility if we have that conversation.
Yeah.
So we're leaving it, it sounds like we're not ready to be conclusive about tabling the Wayfair signage line item, although nothing's really become of it yet. There's no contracts, there's nothing out there. But can we have a little bit more information about that at the next council meeting, or maybe in a council meeting that's coming up in the next month or two?
Well, given the discussion load, it sounds like something, we're not going to sign any
We're not
contracts.
going to do anything about it now.
So we could schedule it for a meeting,
Later on.
3-4 meetings from now,
Yeah.
if it's a little lighter.
And it can also be in our mid-year budget update too, because nothing's being spent on it. So.
Right. I do think, though, having the conversation going into the early fall, it might be the latest I'd want it. If the council is interested in sort of where I heard Vice Mayor Andre going, which is there somewhere else I'd rather spend this money? We need to know that earlier in the fiscal year if it's
Right.
if it's a project we'd want to get moving during the fiscal year.
Okay, we are to the end of our business items. Do you feel like you have enough feedback from us about review of the preliminary budget and the CIP? Yes? We're not having any, this is the first presentation, so we're not having any vote on this tonight.
Right. And I recognize you took a vote on the generator, but
Yeah.
we'll come back to make sure we vetted. We heard a lot tonight and we need a chance to digest it and make sure if there's an option we didn't see. Sometimes when we get a chance to digest all the questions, we might come up with an alternative. So.
I think that closes that item. Thank you for everybody's patience. I just,
And Catherine, we didn't get public comment on that. Do we want to?
well, on a budget, on a business item, we can, and we have a few people left in.
I mean, you guys just stuck around for 4 hours. If you got something you want to say, you've earned it.
This is just a first reading, first information about this, but if anybody wants to make a contribution to our discussion, you're welcome to. All right. I wanted to acknowledge before we leave that we did get some public comment on our rental registry, and that is listed on our agenda item. And I've asked that we agendize that discussion soon. So it sounds like at our June 4th meeting, which is our next city council meeting, we will be reviewing and having a discussion about some of the questions that have come up regarding the rental registry. And is that correct?
We plan on bringing an item on June 4.
Okay.
I don't know that that's a definitive item or the start of a conversation.
Yes. So I want to acknowledge a lot of public comment that we received that is available online to see in regards to some of the measures that were passed in regards to rental registry and tenant protections and rent control matters, but particularly some of the questions that have come up about our rental registry and compliance. And I have asked that to be explained in detail and agendized on the June 4th meeting. So for those of you very interested in this topic, spread the word June 4th. And when that agenda item comes out, you can also be submitting public comment about that. Recognizing that we already have a lot from that. But budget was already tabled for tonight. So at this moment, I will adjourn the meeting until June 4th at our regular time. And thank you everyone for your patience tonight.